There we go. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. What is today? Today is Monday, September 21st, 2015, and this is a regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Bradley, Commissioner Kim, General Counsel Flug, CEO Bryan, and myself, Secretary Held. The next meeting dates are set for Wednesday, October 7th and Tuesday, October 20th. All meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in the orders they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. There will be no oral argument on any matter wherein a 500-foot law hearing was held or a full disciplinary hearing was held by a hearing bureau. We do ask, as a matter of courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. Chairman, do you have any announcements?
No, I do not.
Okay, we'll go to Buffalo. The first item is 2221A, 600 Culver Ave.
Good morning. My name is Charles Nossi, N-O-C-T. I appear on behalf of the applicant, 600 Culver Avenue LLC. This matter is on today for the appearance of the two members of the LLC, the two principals, and they are both here with me. To my left is Ms. Jody Olivadotti. To my right is Mr. Dominic Rose.
Members, I had placed a call to the Utica Police Department to find out if they were still in objection to this application, and I had a message on my phone that they were not going to submit any further comment. They did not object to the license.
What involvement is your husband going to have in this, if anything?
No involvement.
What does he do now for a living? Is he there with you, or is that the other partner?
No, this is my partner.
What's he do for a living?
My husband,
Yes.
he manages our properties that we own currently.
Is this one of the properties?
No, sir, it's not.
How's the landlord related to you, if any?
Landlord is not any relation to me, sir.
Did you work in the other bar? The old one
No.
that your husband owned?
No, I did not.
Do you have any experience in bars?
None directly, no, sir.
I mean, we denied this, disapproved this last time, based on the strong opposition of the Utica police. Seems as if they've withdrawn their serious concern, although the facts remain the way they are. Originally, 3/4 of the funds used to finance this venture were drawn from you and your husband, Mr. Anthony Olivadotti, his account and joint bank account. And it seems as if there were plans all along to have him be integrally involved in this. But his prior history is just atrocious, incurring over $30,000 in civil fines. Yes?
Yes, if I may interrupt. There was an application put in last November. There was no representative other than the applicants. At that time, Mr. Olivadotti was listed as a manager. There was nothing secreting that intent at that time. When there was a disapproval, I was retained. There were discussions with the family, and a decision was made that Mr. Olivadotti would not have anything to do with this operation. He would not be a manager, and that was deleted from the application that was filed on June 2nd before the authority this morning. In terms of the history of Mr. Olivadotti, firstly, he was not the licensee of that establishment that was in business for 30 years in Utica. It was his mother. And I'm not going to engage in discussion relative to the history of the last couple of years of that establishment. I am here this morning, hopefully having the board ask questions of these two members with the knowledge that Mr. Olivadotti will have absolutely nothing to do directly or indirectly with the operation of this business.
But you can see the concern. She has no experience in the restaurant business. Her husband ran a bar that basically we had to shut down. He's on the original license that was denied a year or less than a year ago, and now you're coming to us and telling us he's not going to have any involvement in it.
And that is the truth. And what I do want to say is, I don't think that Mr. Rose is being taken into account here. He has had history with the State Liquor Authority, and it has not had any adverse consequence. He is going to be as instrumental, if not more instrumental, in the actual day-to-day operation of this business. So I don't want to stand before the board, leading the board to believe that it's going to be just Mrs. Olivadotti. And this lady is the director of a healthcare facility in Utica. She's been there 5 years. She oversees 150 people in terms of management, and she is going to be able to contribute, along with Mr. Rose, to what we believe to be the successful operation of this business.
Well, part of my issue is what you just told me today. You represented that Mr. Olivadotti had nothing to do with his mother's restaurant, and we're not here to obviously talk about those charges, but we have here on record that he was a director and manager of that premise. And you're telling me he had absolutely nothing to do with the business?
I did not say that. He was the manager. I said he was not the licensee.
But he was the manager. But he was the manager. Okay.
And that's the reason why this morning he is not listed as a manager as he was back in November of 14, when that application was disapproved because of the strong opposition by the Utica Police Department. And as the board has just heard this morning from Ms. O'Brien, there is no opposition.
Have you met with them, the Utica Police?
Me?
Yeah. Or your
Absolutely.
clients?
I have not.
I met with the mayor of the city, and I believe
did also.
Mr. Rose also. We did together.
And that was after our denial or before?
It was after the
After the
denial.
So
We're talking about,
is there some kind of security plan in place or that you've talked to with them?
No, I have not.
So why were you able to convince them that there's not going to be a problem?
I believe,
I think it needs to be clear because they met with the mayor's office after the November disapproval, not based on this application. This application's been pending for almost 4 months. Utica Police Department, the city of Utica has been put on notice. There is no opposition whatsoever this morning to this application.
And I'm
quite
trying to
frankly,
figure out why. They were opposed 3 months ago.
because, well, let's just be simplistic, because Mr. Olivadotti is not involved in this operation.
Well, he wasn't involved 3 months ago.
I don't understand what you mean 3 months ago. Yes, he
When
was.
we originally denied this is a reconsideration. When we originally denied this, he was not on the application.
No, you disapproved this application on September 1st.
I'm sorry, 3 weeks ago. I'm sorry.
September 1st. They haven't met with the mayor or the chief of
So
police.
why did the police department's attitude change since September 1st?
Well, if again, I don't want to bring up the letter that
Mr.
they
Nochi,
submitted.
Mr. Nochi, hold on, please. The objection letter that they submitted was for the application back in November.
Okay.
They did not submit any objection to this application.
Okay.
Part of me is also calling into question just the judgment, right? So you have a person who wasn't a licensee, who was a manager with, again, an atrocious history, just repeated sales to minors, failure to supervise, altercations, drug seizures, drug activity, violence, fighting. So that's the person who was the manager who gets put on to be a manager again in the original November application by the people standing next to you who would be the licensees. So that calls into question just their judgment alone. Why would you take somebody with that kind of a history as a manager of a premise, husband or not, or family member or not, and then expect us to say, okay, everything will be fine, and we'll let this person manage another premise again. So for me, it's nothing new has been added to the record, and so I vote to deny.
I don't see anything new in the record either. I'll deny.
I strenuously object. I really believe I'm here this morning defending the disapproval from November, and it is 180 degrees different without Mr. Olivadotti. These two people are being prejudiced and discriminated because of that November disapproval. And we have no opposition to this application, none whatsoever. And yet, this board can disapprove this application based on innuendo or a guess or a surmise. How about the license is approved, and if they don't adhere to all of the rules and regulations of the SLA, the ABC, then there's enforcement in violation. Why are they being discriminated against this morning?
I completely disagree with you, and if you're finished, you can look at her husband's history. She has no experience in this industry, and she's about to open a restaurant a little over a year after the other one was shut by us.
Excuse me, she's gonna open it, or she and Mr. Rose, who has been licensed by the SLA? I mean, every time there's a response,
Wait,
it
Mr.
seems
Rose,
to bring in Mr. Olivadotti.
I'm sorry, in his application questionnaire, it says he was a manager. He wasn't a licensee ever, was he?
He worked, go ahead.
I do manage,
No, were you ever a licensee of the SLA?
no.
Okay, thank you. So, again, we vote to deny, and thank you very much for your time.
$2,200 SKT Enterprise.
Good morning, Jason DePasquale appearing on behalf of the licensee SKT Enterprises, and beside me is Kayla Tawari, the principal of SKT Enterprise.
So I understand you're saying that your client, upon purchase of the business, she had no idea that she needed to report the sale or the purchase to us?
Correct, Judge, Chairman. That was pointed out in the hearing before the administrative law judge. My client was not represented in the transaction. Bilal, the prior licensee, has an extensive history with this agency. He was granted specifically 21 liquor licenses through 8 different corporations over the years. He had an attorney in the transaction, and they were familiar with the procedures, and they are the ones that should have put this agency on notice as to the transfer of the business, and were familiar with the procedures. My client simply was not. She was unrepresented, and she testified to that credibly at the hearing we had. She had no idea.
And how would you address the argument that ignorance to the law is not an excuse?
Well, I understand ignorance to the law is not an excuse. This is beyond ignorance to the law. I don't think it was incumbent upon her to put the agency on notice. It was incumbent upon the prior licensee to notify the agency as to the transfer of the assets.
I'm not so sure about that. I think she has or they both do, right? He's giving up his license, so he needs, it's not a license transfer, by the way. You don't transfer the license, you just bought the business, and then she had to apply for a new license. So, and be fingerprinted and go through the process of becoming a licensee. So, in fact, the burden is on her.
All we can say is, as she said at the hearing, she was not aware of it. She, was not represented by counsel. As soon as she obtained counsel and became aware of the proper procedures, she's followed the proper steps. She's willing to take the alcohol awareness training program that is offered by this agency to further familiarize herself with all the rules and regulations under the ABC law. So all we can do is go forward, and she's done the right things forward. It really is a sad situation. She was taken advantage of by the prior licensee. She was taken advantage of by the prior licensee's attorney, and she's done nothing but cooperate with different agencies in the state relative to the prior licensee. His record is well documented with this agency, and she's run a business losing money since that time, following proper regulations, proper procedures, without a beer license.
And to her credit, the ALJ, E. Michael Semple, did find that that she was honest and forthcoming, and believes that, for the sake of fairness, we should reconsider our prior denial. There was 7 days before, I guess, where she ended up not before she realized she needed to apply for a license, and she did stop selling alcohol immediately upon learning that she needed to have a license under her name. Chairman, any questions?
Nope.
So, in this particular case, based on the LJ's conclusion and opinion, I am willing to reconsider this.
I'll reconsider as well.
Turn to licensing.
Return to
Turn to
licensing, yep.
please. Good luck.
Thank you.
Where's our garbage can?
You want the garbage? It's over here. It's over.
Oh, she's got one. We got one.
Okay. Is there anyone else in Buffalo?
There's no one else in Buffalo.
Thank you, Michelle. In Albany, 2160 TSB Bar.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Tony Brighton. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, for giving me a chance to speak to you, and for you to reconsider my application. At the July 21st meeting, you questioned what the town of Goshen Police has to do with the city of Middletown. He was a character reference for me. In reference to the 500-foot rule and the public interest, I have submitted several documents to you showing the Middletown Police has reviewed and approved the said request for the 30-day waiver in the city of Middletown. In reference to prior violations, it was stated in the denial letter that I did not have any further information to support my claim. I submitted to you several City of Middletown court documents showing my ex-partner Kevin Poole pleaded to several charges. I also submitted to you that recently there was an arrest warrant for harassment. My partner Kevin Gould has harassed me, has threatened me. I feared for my life, and I tried to stay away from him. He spit in my face. I called the police many times and was told this is a civil case. I tried to tell him to run a business, how it should be run, and he still violated everything. I was not there during the violations when the police came in, when he locked the door, when there was marijuana in there, and I have a letter from Mr. Adam McCary, the fire inspector, saying so. I also submitted a letter from the Middletown mayor that I went to him several times over problems with Mr. Gould. I thank you for this opportunity, and do you have any further questions?
I understand you had problems with a partner, but it doesn't really relieve you of the responsibility.
I know,
mean,
sir.
the problems in that bar previously were, as you know, very, very serious. And I mean, what are you going to do to change that?
What am I going to do to change it? I'm going to be the sole principal. I'm not going to have a partner. I know how I am. I'm a leader. I'm going to have a manager. I'm going to have licensed security guards. I'm going to have an ID checker. I'm going to have bartenders that are tip certified. I'm going to have a locked liquor cabinet. I'm not going to be over capacity. I'm not going to lock the door on the police. I'm going to close early, most likely by 3, probably 2.
Where's Mr. Gould now?
Mr. Gould, he's hiding from the police. He owns a pizzeria in the city of Middletown, and I also own a business in the city of Middletown.
What's the other business you own?
I own a laundromat.
What kind of experience does Tara Rommel have?
She has been a bartender for several years. She's very responsible. She also took the ATAP course, the TIP certified course. She's also going to school to be a nurse, and I believe she graduated and is waiting to take her her state boards.
You know, we had taken into consideration, this is also a 500-foot law case, and we did examine the public interest issue. And, you know, I know the claim is that the public interest factor here is that it's the only adult entertainment venue in the area. The city itself doesn't oppose it, and it'll be an outlet for creative expression. And those were arguments that were made at the time, and we considered that, and we still voted to deny. You know, and I think we had all this information prior to, at that time as well, and I don't really see anything that's changed. It's, you know, it's unfortunate that we sympathize with you in that your business partner, turned out to be the way he was. But as Chairman Bradley said originally, there is responsibility on your part as having been a licensee, a 50% partner in this. And so it makes it very difficult for me to reconsider based on no additional facts being presented here, aside from what we already considered back in July. So I vote to deny.
I'm going to vote to deny as well. My bigger problem than the character and fitness was the 500-foot issue, and I understand your argument for public interest. I just don't see it. So I'm going to deny the reconsideration as well.
Even though it's been there for 20 years or more?
Yes.
$21.98 Epic Wine and Liquor.
Good morning, Chairman Bradley and Commissioner Kim. My name is Alyssa Yohe. I'm the attorney for the applicant, Epic Wine and Liquor. With me today is Leon Fiacco. He's the sole member of the applicant entity.
Told it already in the New York ones.
Do we have opposition there or here?
Yes.
We have opposition in New York and there as well?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Romano?
Good morning. Robert Romano. I'm representing 3 of the 4 closest stores, Grapes and Grains, Greenbush Fair Liquor, and Vineyards Wine and Spirits. I've submitted documentation which I believe sums it up rather well in that there are 2 major objections I have to this application. The first being the proximity and density. There are actually currently 7 licensed locations within 3.26 miles of this proposed premise. The density of this area, I have from the U.S. Census Bureau, 2,500 people per mile, and it's not a heavy, densely populated area. I don't believe the addition of this store will really create any public convenience and advantage. The area is saturated already. Additionally, the applicant licensee, Mr. Fiacco, has, I'm assuming, recently divested his interest in a wholesale C license, which we would be disqualifying as this is a retail license he's applying for. I've submitted, I believe, evidence indicating he at the very least was an employee subsequent to the date of the application, which was July 2nd, excuse the typo I had, it's 2015 of this year. I have confirmation in an email from the authority that even even employment at this premises would be a disqualifying factor in obtaining a retail license, as even a de minimis ownership in a wholesale establishment would disqualify one. Additionally, the hours of operation, as suggested by the EPIC website, are for 10 a.m. to open at 10 a.m. on Sundays. This is in contrast to the noon opening in Rensselaer County. And I would ask the authority to look into if there was indeed a sale of Mr. Fiacco, of Leon Fiacco's ownership to his brother, to look into the documentation supporting that. And now I believe the stores in Albany, in Rensselaer, would like to object as well. Thank you.
Can we hear from the opposition, please, up in Albany?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is James Matzdorf. I'm owner of Grapes and Grains Wine and Liquor in the 279 Troy Road in Rensselaer. I am objecting to Mr. Fiacco's application because the store in question would be opening up a mile from our current location where we have been serving the public interest and convenience for 15 years. The density, as Mr. Romano mentioned, is such that we can't really support another store in the neighborhood. The Route 4 corridor between Troy and East Greenbush is relatively lightly settled, and while our gross sales figures are reflected in the documentation that I gave to the State Liquor Authority, the net that we have experienced over the last several years does not reflect growth at all. In fact, last year I made many thousands fewer dollars than the previous year, despite the fact that our gross went up a little bit with the increased costs of insurance, rent, payroll, other variable factors. I'm making less money than I did 3 years ago. In addition to that, what's not also reflected on the gross sales letter is the fact that the year before the 4 years that you requested information for, we actually had shrinkage in our gross sales. So it's anything but a growth area right now, and therefore we object to the idea that another liquor store should come in and split the difference between the existing stores, because I don't believe that the local community can support another store at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm Steve Farina. I own Greenbush Fair Liquor, 598 Columbia Turnpike in East Greenbush. As my figures indicate that I submitted, our gross has been on a downward trend over the period of time that it was polled, to the tune of a little over $79,000 over those years. Add to that the rising cost of doing business, higher real estate taxes, payroll, operating costs, and very sparse density. I see it as a shrinking community there, a bedroom community. I'm approximately 1.5 miles from the proposed store on Troy Road, and I think all these factors combined would be detrimental to us as a business that's been there 50 years next month. So I thank you for your consideration.
Sir, can I ask you a question? So,
Sure.
In one of the submissions from the applicant, they talked about population census, and they broke it down with the towns in Rensselaer County, for example, town of Berlin, town of Brunswick, and then focused in on town of East Greenbush, town of North Greenbush, and city of Rensselaer. Of all the different towns and the cities in that county, what would you say your store serves? Which counties, which cities, villages does your store serve?
East Greenbush, Rensselaer, parts of
North Greenbush?
Yes,
Okay. All right, thank you. Just wanted to.
thank you.
I have a question, actually, sir. I have a question, actually. What's Champagne Kathy?
Yeah.
Is that Liquor Shed?
Yes.
When did that open?
I just got my license, and I want to thank you for that. January 15th of this year.
But there was a liquor store there. You purchased another liquor store?
I did purchase an existing store, yes.
And how long was that store there?
I believe it's been there for over 10 years.
Okay. If you have something else to say, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Basically, because I am the new kid on the block, I'm not represented by the lawyer because I don't have any extra money. I've spent all my money cleaning up the place and putting stock in. So I'd like a chance to get on my feet before you put a store just down the road for me, because I'm also in Rensselaer. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jim Enders, representing Vineyards Wine and Spirits. I've watched East Greenbush flourish in the last several years up until lately. There's vacant storefronts, there's several chain restaurants that moved out. It's a stagnant community. My numbers have increased a little bit, but right now I've seen with the profit margin shrinkage, I've seen my gross income go down. At this point, really do not want to see another store in the area. There's been sales, obviously issues with other stores that aren't going to bode well for everybody involved.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Romano, you mentioned there were 7 stores within 3.26 miles. We have 4 stores within 3.5 miles. So if you're saying there's 7 within 3.26 miles, we must be missing 3 somewhere along the way.
That's, again, a guide. Can't, I have to read that disclaimer that we have out there. Those,
Yeah, those are 4 closest, but I guess there's possibly 3 more that are like right down there.
If I may just also point out, there's Vineyard Wine and Spirits, I had measured at 1.49 as opposed to the 2.61 that report shows.
Well, and I think I've heard it a number of times since I've been here. This report isn't accurate.
It's just a proximity report. We use Google driving distance.
I'd like to just make a couple additional points on behalf of the applicant.
Sure.
I think it's important to note that there's not been a new store in this community since 1999. The population census does show growth in the community from 2000 to 2010. I know that the Liquor Shed just opened under new ownership. However, that was an existing store. So it's hard to argue that that was a new store that opened in the community, since that was already opened and operating. As the letter from the supervisor indicates, he believes there's growth in the town, and he believes that the applicant will meet a need within the community. There's a number of new businesses that have opened up within 2 miles of the applicant's store. Route 4 is a very busy route. There are more businesses opening.
Well, can you address the C license issue that was brought up by Mr. Romano?
May I speak?
Sure.
Good afternoon. My name's Leon Fiacco. I'm not completely not involved in the store anymore. My brother and I had a 20-year relationship in business. It was good for 2 families, but as our kids have grown, there's 5 families now that would have to do it. The store's not big enough, so me and my brother parted ways. He kept the land and wine skill in the business, and I took the properties on Route 4. I sent in a letter from the SLA that I'm off the license, and also I got his accountant to send a letter also stating that I'm not on the business anymore. I had this property in East Greenbush. It used to be a house. I ripped it down. I put up a new commercial building. It's in a great spot. It's a busy area. We have 4 hotels. Within 3 up now. One's getting built right across the street from me. Any questions?
What is there any loans or notes to the C business, or did you just do a straight trade?
No, we did. We divided everything. No loans.
point out, as I submitted previously, I mean, I have photos of the applicant working the register subsequent to the date that he filed this application, which I have to assume he said he did not have an interest.
How do you have proof that it was on Facebook?
This is his legislative.
Do we accept that?
You can look at it, I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, it doesn't,
I just to address that, you know, the applicant was filling in on a voluntary basis at that period of time when they were short-staffed. He understands.
Well, that sounds a little questionable based on the fact that there are 5 families involved, and you're saying short
No,
staff.
there's not 5 families.
He's
Not
also-
coming up.
If I may, he also, if you could see from that Facebook page, he also was a moderator on that Facebook page where he's answering people, "Hey, Leon," and he's responding back. I've got further pictures.
well, he's not licensed currently, so, I mean, you understand that there's absolutely no involvement with the C business should this go forward.
Absolutely, sir.
Right, but he's not licensed currently, right?
It's a good picture, though.
That's a great picture. It's the one with you holding all the beers in the aisles.
Can I address those pictures? I was there a day when I was getting, some beer from my house, and the guy who does the Facebook page happened to be there, and he took a picture of me. You gotta understand, he's not being fair. The 18 months prior to those pictures, my brother's the only one of those pictures. I wasn't in any of them. I just happened to pop in the day that the guy was there and he wanted to do something goofy.
But you actually answered somebody who put a comment up as the moderator, so you were in control of.
Well, I'm not, let's get off that. I'm not really that worried about the pictures, so.
Yeah, I mean, aside from the pictures, you really need to update your legislative page where you say
did, sir.
Leon and his family own and operate the beverage mart.
That page is already updated. All the other websites I had taken down, and they're gonna be retooled where, my name is scrubbed from everything.
Well, now the public inconvenience and advantage question. Is there anything in particular that you're going to offer here that's different than what's currently being offered from your other four closest licensees?
Well, I don't know if I'm reinventing the wheel, but I was in the beer business for 20 years, and we always focused on the New York beers. I think that would be a nice angle to start in this location with wines.
Yeah, I see pictures of the foundation of the building. It seems to be significantly bigger than 900 square feet. Is there anything else going there?
No, it's 3,000 square feet, 2975, I believe.
But the store's going to be 900 square feet?
No,
That's what you have in your,
That's what we have in your application.
900
that must have been a misprint.
Big one.
so it is going to be 3,000 or 2,900 square feet?
Correct.
Have you visited the other four closest stores?
I've been in them.
And do they not sell New York types of beers that you're talking about?
Wines.
Wines, I'm sorry.
I'm sure they sell some of them. I don't know if they handle all of them, but
3,000, do we have that question? It says 3. So your retail space is going to be approximately 2,900?
correct. Well, the whole store is that space. I mean, there's gonna be a certain amount that's gonna be retail, and then a certain amount that's gonna be storage. I think the building that was ripped down was 900 square feet.
Any other questions?
Nope.
No? So there has been a slight population increase in the past 10 years, I would say.
8%.
Well, 8% if you just take the 3 counties, but if you take the population of, are you only serving those 3 counties? No, right?
There's 4 towns I believe will be my primary marketing area would be Schodack, East Greenbush, Rensselaer, and North Greenbush. There's an 8% increase from 2000 to 2010 in the census.
Yeah, I thought possibly a 900 square foot space, there might be room for one such store. You're talking about 3,000 square feet within 3.5 miles. You have 4 stores that already provide almost 90, what is that, 55, 86, almost 10,000 square feet of retail space. I'm not sure if it's retail, but 10,000 square foot of licensed space. And given that there are 3 other licensed premises somewhat close to this, although we don't have the exact distance with us, but within another couple of miles, I don't know if there's any public convenience advantage being served by adding another 3,000 square feet. So I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well. I think in a year, if we see what Liquor Shed does, it would be more helpful to me, but right now, based on the population numbers and the number of stores within 4 miles, I just think that there's enough stores there and the public's properly served. I don't see any public convenience or advantage, so I deny as well.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
2157, VIOP Incorporated. Plus 3 consideration.
Oh, yeah. That's what I remembered.
Yes, good morning, Robert and Vivian Frederick, representing ourselves. Basically, what we're not being denied of our license for our intent. I realize it's a little unusual request, but I've been involved in food service industry for almost 40 years of my life. Recently have sold the business I've owned and operated with my wife as my partner. Stepping into a bit of retirement, I guess we would call it. Purchased a food truck, just trying to have some fun in retirement life, supplement my income that I've taken from the restaurant sale. That is basically my entire retirement scheme that we have had.
Well, can I ask you some questions? Because I think I understand, I think we both understand the issue. How many events do you do off-site typically in a summer?
We just started this. This year we did 2. We hosted an event at Paradox Brewery up in Schoon Lake, and also the local Priory Retreat had asked us to come to do an event for them because they just didn't want to get involved with the food items anymore. Also, the Department of Health is an issue with some of these factors, so civic-minded people can't do it.
Do you
two events.
2
this
events is
summer.
what we did.
Do you expect that to be a major part of your business, or do you think that it'll just be a few times a summer?
A few
We
times.
hope not.
Yeah, we're very happy at our location. I don't really want to turn it into a big job. I enjoy my time. It's just it's a simple way for me.
So if I limited you to the number of events you could do per month, you would be all right with that?
Absolutely.
But I think that calls into question the original concern was just how do you regulate a food truck? Because when you're off-site, it's hard to keep track of where the license is. And
I understand what you're saying. Actually, we could stay pretty much mobile with, like you said, the exception of a few events a year that would just be profitable to us. I make a few dollars a day. It's not like it's a big money thing. It's just something that we thought we could do to help service our area as well, because there is no places that lunches are served. The response that we've gotten from the community has been overwhelming. They really enjoy it.
Okay, thank you. Could you hold on 1 second, please? We're just going to have a quick consultation with council.
Okay. There
back on? Good.
No, thank you.
So the couple of concerns that I had was the regulation part, and then I do know that there are food trucks that come in and out of, there's 3 of them, I believe, in Central Park here in New York City, and we've licensed them, and just to confirm, you'll be storing your alcohol in a shed or warehouse when you do go off-site, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so I think, I think Chairman was kind of alluding to it, but if that's something that you'd consider limiting the off-site trips to a couple of times a month, because most of the times you're saying you're on-site anyway, and you're only going off-site you went twice this summer, you said?
Correct.
So limiting it to maybe 2 trips per month over the summer, which would give you probably 6 to 8 trips total, would that be something that you'd be okay with?
I think that would be reasonable.
Once a week, can you do?
Once a week, maybe?
Once a week? I'm okay with once a week. Are you
So 4 a month, okay.
4 a month?
That's fair.
What does,
Yep.
Does that limit the times that they're actually on site then? Do you, are you mostly off-site on weekdays because on weekends you're busier on site?
No, actually, we're on site during the week, for the most part.
When we went off-site, we closed the on-site.
Yeah, we closed the
had-
on-site
you know,
premise.
We shut down the on-site completely, took down the signs,
Yeah.
and went off-site, and it was one day. And primarily, an off-site event would be on
Typically
on
on
a
a
Saturday or a Sunday, because that's when events are going on in the area.
Are you open Monday through Friday with the food truck?
Typically, we take Mondays off.
And they're only there 4 days a week. Well, as long as they tell us what their days are and they live by that, then they're bona fide. We will determine, you know what I mean?
Right, because the other issue was, to be a bona fide business licensee, you need to, licensed premise, you need to be open to the public on a regular basis. I mean, obviously, restaurants also close for private parties as well. So, given that analogy, I think you just need to be very clear with us.
On our hours.
For example, Mondays you're closed, as you mentioned, or whatever day you choose, and then whatever days you are going to go off-site, and once a week to communicate that with us. And I think that'll make it okay for me to approve this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm okay as well with the 4 times a month. You're only open during the 9 months a year?
We'll be during the summer season.
Season.
You know, we're
Memorial Day to Columbus Day is really the season where we live. We're in the Adirondacks.
we're in the Adirondacks.
Okay.
People aren't eating outdoors the rest of the year.
That's a little
All
cold
right.
for that.
So vote to return to licensing?
Yeah, so we're going to vote to, I'll approve the reconsideration as well, and we'll return it to licensing under those guidelines.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
3 years away.
You're all done.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks, appreciate it.
2156 Cider Pub.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Benjamin, attorney for Cider Pub. I am here today asking for a reconsideration of the disapproval. Disapproval was issued based on a failure to respond within the stated time period. The reasoning behind that failure was that I myself changed law firms, and my prior law
Okay,
firm...
I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I'm fine with it too.
So we're going to send it back to licensing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
Just,
There's nobody else.
Thank you. First one in New York, 2220 G&R United.
Hello, I'm Patrick DeLuca. I'm here representing G&R United. This is my client, Giovanni Gaffafalo. This was an application, or actually a reapplication, for a grocery store in Flushing.
Can he explain to me why he was selling, or it appeared he was selling beer?
He wasn't. The original application, they took over the store in 2014. The prior licensee surrendered their license, but I went to that location actually prior to the other, when it was still being operated by the prior licensee, and I took pictures, and we submitted an application way back then with pictures of a premise that contained beer. That was for an on-premise location, for an eating place beer location. His attorney was unable to secure a certificate of occupancy, so even though he was approved for that application, the prior licensee surrendered their license and all beer was taken out of the premise way back then. The conditional approval letter pended for a substantial amount of time. The attorney, Mr. Mamone, had stated that it's going to be even longer to get the certificate of occupancy, and we withdrew that application. We refiled the application. He decided he decided to change it back over to a grocery store. I went out, I took new pictures, and we filed an application as a grocery store. That application was submitted in January of 2015. In that picture, my office, it's our fault, we submitted pictures that contained beer from the original application. And the deficiency department brought it to our attention, and we submitted follow-up pictures that showed that they had no beer there. But the application was disapproved at that point anyway. This is for an application that we refiled. Instead of going through the reconsideration process, I felt that it would be easier for everyone if I just refiled an application, which I did, with pictures that show clearly that it's a functioning grocery store, but it doesn't have any beer in it.
Do the diagrams match up to what you submitted in the application?
The grocery store diagrams, yes.
I just wanted, Mr. DeLuca, I'm not trying to call you out, but there are several applications before me right now where you have given information that is inaccurate, and it's kind of the same story, that it's
All new
different
people.
application.
I know, I'm just telling
But we
you.
have to rely on what you've
Yes.
told us and what the documents that you've submitted.
This
and
is
it's
our
becoming more, and so are the other applications. I have information that I need to discuss with you, but we have to rely on what you provide,
Mhm.
and it's becoming very difficult.
So
I believe we're here on this instance, we're here for an application that I submitted in May for this grocery store with pictures of its current configuration. And then we sent pictures to Ms. Stewart to confirm that it is functioning and fully
I
operational.
don't think we're questioning that. I think that the problem is what happened previously. And if you're telling us it was all your fault, which I'm willing to believe.
We corrected it.
I understand you corrected it, but there was beer when, it appeared that there was beer when there shouldn't have been.
Well, the date on those pictures was clearly 2013, actually. The lower right-hand corner. It was there, the pictures were dated in the machine. There was no beer there. And there hasn't been.
I told you, I believe you.
So what's the awning now? Is it Al Boom or is it Giovanni's Deli
It's
Pizza?
Giovanni's Deli and Pizza. These are from right now.
Can I get those pictures, please? Thank you. Okay. That's actually the lawyers. How do you do? It's unfortunate. No beer. It's, it's difficult when the attorney takes all the blame for.
I'm not an attorney, sir.
I'm sorry, the representative takes blame for all of what caused the original denial and all the misunderstandings of, calling into question the character and fitness of the applicant, and you don't want to prejudice the applicant because of that. But on the other hand, all we can do is rule on what we get in terms of documentation, and it is the responsibility of the applicant ultimately, and through you or other representative or their attorneys, to submit properly what we are going to rule on. And so, I mean, it's
At this point.
no, I get it. That we were already denied the original application and denied the reconsideration. Now this is a new application. And if we're saying that the basis of the original denial and basis of the original denial of the reconsideration was based on you, the representative's 100% error, and we find that credible, then I'm okay agreeing with
He
this.
was originally approved for the on-premise, and that's when we went off the tracks when we refiled as a grocery store. It was not treated.
We didn't, you see, we didn't go off the tracks. You went off the
I
tracks.
said that. I never.
Yeah, but the problem is you come in here a lot.
No. I know. Not here very
You
often.
come in here enough that I recognize you, and I haven't been here that long.
I've never been before you before, sir.
I know.
I was here when the other one got rejected. I wasn't in the place, but I was in the back of the room. Go ahead.
I said I would.
Okay, I'll approve. Based on,
But Mr. DeLuca, you've got to be on notice that,
based on your representations, I'll approve.
All right.
Well, we're returning it to licensing.
Return to
Or,
licensing.
return to license.
Thank you.
It wasn't recon here. Oh, no, this wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is not a reconsideration.
Right, it was a
This is a
request
new
for
one, right?
direction.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're approving the license.
They're
We
approving
approve.
it.
Thanks.
My
And I
error.
appreciate your patience, and I can only tell you that
I will
was
be having a
used to
discussion with you later.
accuracy, and now,
It's becoming a rarity.
yes.
All right, 2103, Conforti Enterprises.
I'm just here to represent the offer.
Offer a surrender of license. Go ahead.
Yes, why surrender? You haven't surrendered the
No,
license. Why not
we thought we
cancellation?
were supposed to be, when we spoke to Mr. Amarato, he said he'll put it in this way. Next door, there was the fire, and he didn't have the certificates until, I think, approximately 2.5 weeks ago. And I have them here, and,
So you'll be surrendering them today?
oh, yeah.
Okay.
Well, I just have to have him sign the back, but that was it.
So you have the license here without him having signed the back?
I wouldn't let him sign it until you said that.
So we accept your offer?
Yes.
All right, offer a surrender of license plus the 1,000 civil penalty. I'll accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
2161, C&M Wine and Spirits.
Good morning. May it please the board, Richard Burstein for CNM, and this is John McKinney and Matt Cooley, who will be the proprietors. We're here for a reconsideration. I think there may be opposition. I don't know if you want to hear the opposition first or hear.
Is there opposition? Yes, there is, yes. So come on up.
This is all you because I had disapproved this.
So it's up to you.
Oh, it's up to me now?
No,
Oh,
it's a
to
reconsideration.
reconsideration. Right,
Well,
right,
if you want,
right,
yeah.
right.
Good morning.
Hi.
I'm Richard Myers, and I'm with the law firm of Myers and Myers, and we represent Myron Wine and Spirits in Kingston. At the original hearing, we supplied a thorough response with exhibits objecting to the application. And once again, we submitted another response, pretty thorough, with exhibits, so I'll try to be brief. The question to be considered is still, will the issuance of the license meet public convenience and advantage? We respectfully submit that it still will not. I'd like to make a moment to respond to certain comments attributed to me by Mr. Burstein in his letter to the board. I've been practicing law 55 years. I've never been accused of being deceitful, disingenuous, misleading, and never been accused of purposely misrepresenting facts, nor have I ever accused another opposing attorney of that. I said originally, I believe, IBM left Kingston, quote, several years ago. I certainly did not leave the impression with the board that IBM was, quote, newly departed, end quote, which is what they are saying. The facts are the facts, and they're public knowledge. I might have been inarticulate, but I certainly wasn't deceitful. By the way, counsel asserts that IBM left 25 years ago. According to their exhibits, they left in 1995. That's 20 years ago. So there's an error too, but I won't say it's deceitful or anything like that. According to exhibits in both responses, Ulster County's population has decreased from year to year. IBM may have left 20 years ago, but when at their peak, they had 7,100 workers. When they left, they had 1,500 workers. They have none now. This figure is an exhibit from the New York Times article, which is attached to the responses. The economy is still stagnant. Counsel states that the board was clearly influenced by my, quote, deceptive assertions, end quote, and that, quote, the declining population of Ulster County may be attributable to the loss of a major employer, end quote. It was true 20 years ago, it was true 10 years ago, and it's true today. I stated the stores are hurting as a result of the population decrease, and despite counsel's gross figures that these stores have, in listening to some of the other arguments that were here, profits are way down. The cost of doing business, the product, the overhead, the taxes, the insurance are way up. The profits are down. It's the net figure that counts, not the gross, and the net figures were not brought up by counsel. I want to discuss the condition of Fitz's store. I've never been in it. Some people like to shop in fancy stores. Some people go to outlets. My father used to shop in push carts on Delancey Street. As far as the argument that the issuance will aid Adams Fair Acres Farm store across the street, I think that's irrelevant. I don't believe that the increased profits of another adjoining business is a reason to issue an application or approve an application. Council also attacks the board's statement that it's pure conjecture to conclude that customers who are shopping in other stores in other communities would switch to the applicant's store. The board was correct. It is pure conjecture. The board was also correct in stating that Kingston has sufficient liquor stores. The figures and the mileage, I think there are 11 stores within 7.8 miles. As to the objection by council to the board's supposed overlapping, I don't see the relevancy to that either. The facts and circumstances are the same. The board clearly stated that, quote, it determined the application on its own merits and without regard to the other, end quote. They also state that they are going to take advantage of the new easing restrictions on wine and liquor tastings, wine tastings. Myron has been doing that for more than a couple of decades, and they're going to continue to do it, and they will take advantage of the easing of the thing. As to inventory, especially New York State wine and spirits, Myron stocks a very large, a little less than 100 different varieties of wine and spirits from New York wineries and distilleries. Council asserts that Myron stocks only, quote, some, that variety of New York products. That's not true. It is just not accurate at all. As much as council states there are new facts, they are not new facts. The facts are the same. The board's decision was correct. Granting another license will further exacerbate the current distress in the retail package stores in the marketplace. Another license would have a very serious impact on people who have...
Sir, I mean, those are opposition comments that are already on the record. I mean,
Correct.
so please, if there's anything new...
No, I'm just
or
saying...
if you want to anticipate what they're going to say that's new from what we discussed before, then please go ahead. But otherwise, we have it on the record.
Okay. Just don't believe that there's any public benefit or advantage, and we respectfully request that the license be...
And just for the record, I was formerly employed by Myron Wine and Spirits. I don't know if you're aware of that. I see Mr. Myron is with you. That was a good 26 years ago. But so just for the record, I don't believe that's going to affect anything that I do here today, but I'm going to, for transparency's sake.
Thank you. I think Mr. Myron would like to speak too.
Yes. Members of the board, thank you for allowing me to appear. I will try to, in fact, compress what my original remarks were going to be. We have previously pointed out that there were 4 stores, and we were using four of the largest stores nearest to the applicant's proposed premises. One of those stores is located in Uptown Kingston, and the applicant itself has made a distinction talking about the revival of Uptown and Kingston in general with restaurants. And so if you take that fourth store out, it leaves you with three existing stores on the Ulster Route 9W Albany Avenue commercial corridor. Those three existing stores are within 2 miles or 7 minutes driving time from the proposed premises. The nearest being 1/2 mile or 2 minutes, that's Fitz's. The next is Myron at 1.2 miles or 4 minutes. And then the third is the Merchant, which is the additional 3 minutes. In the years, I want to discuss sales for a moment. In the years 2011 through 2014, the combined sales volume of these three closest merchants was not only stagnant, but declined 1.4%. From a combined sales volume of the three stores of $8,124,916 in 2011 to $8,008,934 in 2014. The applicant's argument that the market is robust or resilient is not borne out by these numbers. This is not a matter of incumbent protection, but one where the introduction of new premises in such close proximity to so many stores would most likely to be counterproductive, weakening the market participants as a whole, with the result that competition would erode, customer service decline, and product selection be reduced. I want to address the applicant's emphasis on the artificial boundary of south of 209 and north of 209. The density issues, the traffic issues are a constant. They have been a constant for many years. The applicant points out that there's a 6-mile desert, essentially, between Route 209 and Saugerties. Now, the village of Saugerties has 4 liquor stores, 2 of which were licensed by this agency in 2013. It seems to me, though, that the distance between the existing store, Fitz's, and the new store, that doesn't change no matter what measures you want to use. It's still a 1/2 mile and 2 minutes. So if a person is traveling down from Saugerties, what the applicant is saying is that they won't travel that extra 2 minutes, that there is a meaningful benefit or convenience to the public. Lastly, I'd like to really question whether this, in fact, is the measurement here is the meaningful public convenience benefit and advantage to the public, or rather to Adams Fair Acres Farms. Adams is an endorser of this application, was founded in Poughkeepsie, and has been established in Kingston since 1981, having expanded its garden center during that time. It caters to a higher demographic than the large supermarkets in the area. The applicant alludes to this in the gauzy promises of curated wines and spirits, cross-marketing with its partner in cheese, and other foodstuffs across the road. These promises are made by applicants who have exhibited no history of experience in the wine and spirits trade, and in the instance of one applicant, has been a resident of Kingston for 9 months. But the applicant already concedes that Adams draws its clientele from substantial distances and driving times in Dutchess and Greene counties. Discriminating customers will drive to destinations they prefer. A traffic light and 2 minutes, or even 30 minutes, is not a relevant metric, and certainly not a justification for the addition of a store to a market that is economically stagnant. And actually, it is an addition of 21% of existing square footage. Indeed, if Adams wishes to cross-merchandise, they will find receptive merchants within 2, 4, 7, and 12 minutes of their store. These retailers have deep roots in the community over many years and are members of the Ulster Chamber of Commerce, the same chamber of which Adams claims to be a proud member. And why, finally, after 24 years of advertising and operations, would Adams believe that this new store will bring them new customers when the applicant is essentially basing its claim for an additional location on the basis that customers, even those same customers, will be inconvenienced or unwilling to travel 1/2 mile in 2 minutes? Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you.
Somebody else?
May I speak?
Sure.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Malcolm Harris. I own Fitz's Liquor Store, which is a 1/2 mile from the proposed premises. I built up the store over many, many years. I've been in business 45 years. I've been at this location for 27.5 years. And over the years, the gross sales have gone up and up and up until 2014. In 2014, I dropped from 2013 over $70,000 worth of gross sales. This year, in the first 9 months, from last year, I'm down over $70,000 again, which of course was much more from 2 years ago. So
why do you think that is?
I think I'm located in an area which is a big shopping area. There are lots of stores around, lots of retail, and we had a shopping mall there which was a very big draw. Now the shopping mall now, at this time now has a lot of stores that are closed. It's decreased tremendously in its occupancy. And also they lost recently an anchor store there. JCPenney moved out.
What about the mall you're in?
It's a small mall. You've got Burlington Coat Factory and us and a Chinese restaurant and Staples, and it's always occupied. But in our area, there are a lot of empty stores. And any efforts in our community to bring in new business or jobs or factories has not happened. So it just doesn't look great in our area at this time. Concerning what we try and do in our store, I have a large variety of New York State wines. I believe that new items are very important in this business, and I try and endeavor to get most of the new items that I can. So if somebody comes in the store and they saw something on TV or, you know, they saw it in the paper or something, most of the time I have the item. Also, many, many times over the years, customers come to me and said, I'm having trouble finding this item, or is it possible for you to get this item? I've most always made an attempt to get the item for that particular person. So I've tried to serve the public.
Are you aware of the picture? Did you see the pictures that were submitted by the applicant of your store?
I did not see them.
Well, how would you describe the condition of the interior of your store?
Well, we're rather crowded. Our back room is filled. So sometimes extra bottles I have to place on the floor. So this is just from the size of my store. I'm only 2,400 square feet. And as I said, I get new items all the time, and it gets, you know, you have to have new items in the store. It's the lifeblood of the business. And I am quite crowded, I do admit that. If I could expand, I would. Perhaps someday if the Chinese restaurant is empty, I would take that over too, if that's possible. But the problem with this store is it's only a 1/2 mile from my store. And I had recently bought out my partner in business, and I plan on leaving my business to my 2 children. And having a store open so close would immediately reduce the value of my store, I'm sure, significantly.
And they're in a new development, or they want to be in a new development?
Yeah. 1/2 mile from my store. It's a new complex across from Adams grocery store, I believe.
Okay.
But I think the bottom line is it's just too darn close. And I think that our area, especially North Kingston, is really saturated. We have 3 large liquor stores in close proximity, all that have done well, but I don't think it would serve the public convenience any better to have another store at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
That's it.
So, you know, as you know, originally, Commissioner Green and I.
Can I make a presentation?
Of
or-
course.
Okay,
I'm
thanks.
just welcoming you to the podium.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Green and I had denied this, so please, what I would like you to do is focus on new additional information that wasn't before us at that time. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kim. In my letter, and I'll quote again because I did watch the presentation, Mr. Myers stated that Kingston had experienced a, quote, stagnant economy, especially since IBM left the area, and, quote, the stores are hurting big time. He said, in response to then a question from you, Commissioner Kim, asking when IBM left the area, he said, quote, several years ago. And that's when I repeated, and 20 years is not several years ago. And the board, in its decision, cited that there has been a loss of a major employer in the area. And again, we're talking about something that happened 20 years ago. What I find interesting is the opposition. Myron, first of all, if you look at their sales figures, they're up 6%. So they're certainly not hurting at all. And they're doing $3.1 million, and they're up 6% over last year. JK, which is 3 miles away, is up 9% over last year. Now, Fitz has a slight decline only, and I would suggest to you that that might be more attributable to the condition of the store than anything else.
What about the Merchant? Merchant is 2.1 miles away, and it also has a decline.
They didn't appear in opposition. I don't.
Well, they're the third closest store.
I understand that. The JK Corporate, as I said, has sales of $3.9 million.
But also, if I might add,
Go
I think that the merchant, they recently had a death of one of the proprietors, and so that may explain some of the decrease in sales because they had a change in management.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But in contrast to the picture that's painted of a dying, distressed economy, parts of Kingston are thriving. Hits, Horses in the Sun, that's just north. That started about 7 or 8 years ago. It's grown every year. It's now 10 weeks, 7 to 10 weeks of the summer. There are 5,000 people who come in for that event. There are...
When did that event start?
Oh, I believe it started about 7 years ago, and it's grown every year. And it now brings in, as I said, it now runs for 7 weeks. It's expanded every summer, and they say they have 5,000 people coming in.
That's Saugerties, though, correct?
That's correct. I also found it interesting that Mr. Fitz just told you, on the one hand, he said things are bad. On the other hand, he said he wishes he could expand. So, you know, I think there's a dichotomy there. There's also a new Marriott going in.
Where's
Marriott,
Where's that going to be?
The new Marriott is next to the Target store, which is next to the mall, across the main thoroughfare.
Essentially
You guys make it sound like I live there. I don't. The mall, the
It's
thoroughfare.
essentially.
I do live there, and I don't understand what you're saying.
The mall, which is sort of more or less diagonally
Which
across.
mall are you talking about?
The Hudson Valley Mall.
Hudson Valley Mall.
Which is more or less diagonally across from where Fitz's is located. Just in that complex there, they're building a new resident inn.
Okay.
As well as a new hotel complex just north of.
So that's right across from Fitz. I'd point out that Fitz is also right across from a major mall where you have
Right,
Lowe's,
here. That we
Walmart,
have.
Supercenter, et cetera.
That's where they want to be, that's where they want to be here, and that's. And this is where the hotel is.
And there's another hotel that's even going just to north of our location, our proposed location.
So I think that last time the board heard opposition for a downtown store at the same time, and I think things got conflated because we are different. We are to the north. There is a cluster in downtown Kingston but we are north of there. And I'd like to have just John and Matt say a few words if they might.
All right. If I might just talk briefly about the product, that we've heard some of the opposition talk about how they carry New York products, and if you would venture into Fitz's, you would be hard pressed to find any New York products on the shelves, despite their claim that they offer to sell New York State products. Myron says they carry over 100 SKUs of New York State products. From what I've seen, I've been in that store several times, they have one shelving unit. We really wanted to devote a huge amount of space to that and really sort of focus on that and highlight that. We'd like to essentially carry all the wines and distilled products that are made in the Hudson Valley, so it'd be a sort of a regional showcase for them, as well as sort of focus on some of the great wines that are produced throughout the state, and particularly in the Finger Lakes region. And to sort of highlight that, we've been in contact with the Department of Agriculture and Markets, and they've provided us with these tags, which we intend to sort of put on each of the bottles that are produced in New York State to sort of highlight that and really focus on that, so people will know when they walk in the store that they're going to be, that they can purchase New York products. In addition to that, I mean, and not just the New York products, which we think is going to be a very important focus of our product line, but we also want to focus on other products that are not necessarily carried by the stores in the area. We want to focus on value, on quality, on products that may not have a commercial presence that people aren't.
What are those products?
Well, to that end, we're sort of working with a sommelier in the area who's we're looking to hire to bring on board to sort of help identify products that are not carried here. I have a list here of potential wines that we would really like to carry that are not
carried.
That are not in any of the stores in the area.
Sure.
All right. And to that end, with just speaking of the sommelier that we'd like to bring on board, or a wine expert, one of our other goals is education. We'd really like to have lots of wine tastings. We've alluded to doing wine tastings with Adams and having some sort of cross-marketing campaign with there, but we'd also like to take advantage of some of the other attributes of the area, including maybe partnering up with the CIA and in touching base with some of the students there and some of the lecturers there to come over, bring their skills, and to highlight some of their food to pair with our wines. In addition, we'd also like to partner with some of the new restaurants that have gone in place so that we can sort of bring more attention, both locally and with the tourists that are coming into the area, to sort of highlight the great things that are going on in Kingston, to take advantage of the excitement that's coming up in the area. Because I don't know.
How exactly would you partner with a restaurant?
Well, we could bring in one of their chefs to come over and sort of prepare some food with us, so that they, to highlight some of the food.
Very, 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 very small amount of food?
Oh, yeah, very small amount of food. No, just the samples, just samples. No, not just to sort of highlight their skills. And that's it. And I just want to say one other thing with respect to the petitions that I hope that you've sort of seen. Just being out in the community and soliciting those petitions, there's been a lot of excitement throughout for our store. I think the community recognized that there's something that's missing in the Kingston market, in the Ulster County market, something that they'd like to have, and they think that we could bring that to them. And John will talk a little bit about the ambience that we want to create, but I hope that I highlighted the differences in product line that our store would carry.
Thank you.
My name's John McKinney, and I have lived in Ulster County for 17 years, and I currently live in Kingston. And when I lived in Ulster County, I lived in the town of Accord, and whenever I needed to do shopping, I would always come into Adams. It is a destination spot for the outlying areas. Woodstock, Rhinebeck, Accord, all those areas come into that area to go shopping. It would be a point of public convenience for them to be able to drive right across the street to purchase their wine and their spirits. Since I've been in Kingston, there has been a major influx of new residents. There is a new tech business atmosphere. There are many new people in my neighborhood alone. The last 5 house sales went to New York City residents. And in my neighborhood alone, there are 6 new restaurants that have opened up within the past 5 years. Most of those restaurants are doing the farm-to-table menu where they are accessing locally produced foods, and that's what they are putting on their menu. And that's what we want to emphasize also, is we want to have a wine and spirit to table mentality. Having shopped in Kingston, I have been in pretty much every liquor store, and I can honestly say I have never walked into a liquor store in Kingston where someone approached me and said, "What are you looking for today? Can I recommend this? Would you like to try this? This wine has this attribute." Not once in the 8 years I've lived there and in the preceding years that I lived in Ulster County. In our store, every person who comes in, I want to meet them, I want to greet them, I want to find out what they're looking for, I want to be able to advise them and give them direction. I personally have an optometric office in the Hudson Valley Mall, which, yes, has gone through some decline, but in the 10 years that I have been there, we have gone from an $800,000 location to a $1.75 million location. So there is growth in the area. I see this growth.
Okay.
It's obvious to the other new restaurants and people who are coming in. I want to be a part of the new energy. I want to be bring something new and fresh to this market.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask Mr. Fitz a question, please? So this statement about your store only having one SKU of New York wines,
Having
or
a-
one shelf? What is?
No, that was Myron. That was
Oh, Myron's.
No, I
So
have a lot
maybe
of
then
New
I
York
need to
State
ask.
wines.
Excuse me?
I have quite a few New York State wines,
Okay.
yes.
You do? What kind of a representation do you have?
What wineries do I carry?
Or, I mean,
Queen
what
Eastfield.
percentage of your shelves is for New York wines?
It's hard to say. I have most
Just
of the wine
approximately, I don't expect
Yeah.
you to.
I would say 10, 12%. It's hard to figure.
Okay.
There's so many wines from all over the world, of course.
Sure.
Needless to say, so I'd have
Okay.
to. Thank you.
May I reply to?
Yes, please.
May I just, as the proprietor, may I respond to the asserted?
Not everything, just
No,
a
the
question about New York
the
wines.
eyewitness,
About New
the
York wines.
eyewitness
That's
of the-
all I want to know.
Right, of the shelf, of the
Yes.
shelf.
Yes.
We have, in fact, an entire section of New York wines, but it is impossible that the applicant saw only one shelf because, A, there's a section, and wine is in one part of the store, and then there are, I think, 23 distilleries.
Sure.
And it's completely, I'm sorry, we offer 39 varieties from 17 wineries and 57 different spirits from 23 distilleries and 11 types of cider. All these are in different parts of the store.
Got it. That's all I
Couldn't
needed to
possibly have seen one shelf.
Thank you.
May I just say a few words? The
It
regular
depends.
population has decreased. Someone comes in for 4 weeks, 3-4 weeks, or a new hotel, they don't go to liquor stores. They buy in the bars in the hotel and things like that.
I'm going to cut you off there because I do live there. You're both right.
Do you want Mr. Myron's statement?
Sure. Thank you.
So in closing, I want to talk about the public advantage at convenience. Fitz is across the street from a major mall. People walk across the street to shop there. The same thing would happen at Atmospherica Farms. There's proof in the record that there are 38,000 cars a day to the north that are closer to this store than anything else. And public convenience and advantage is not just downtown Kingston, but it's people to the north as well. Between our store, the C&M store, the next closest store is 6 miles away to the north. Those people deserve public convenience and advantage as well.
So what, are you saying they're not getting it from Fitz?
I'm saying they're not getting it from Fitz, and if you look at the photos, did you get the
Yes,
photos?
yeah.
And in all respect,
Because the way you look at it, it's not really 6 miles from a closest liquor store, because if they're 6 miles to the north and Fitz is half a mile below you, anybody in between is really 3 miles away.
that's true.
At
but
most.
But if you look, do you have the photos?
I do have the
Okay,
photos.
And again, with all respect to Mr. Fitz, he said he carries New York wines. If you look at those photos, if you could find anything, you'd be lucky. I mean, and we put in those photos in June. He was here. We went back, took photos again in August. Nothing had changed. In fact, it's worse. It's dusty, it's dirty, cramped. The photos.
All right, but
speak
we're
for
not here
themselves.
to, we're not
No,
here
no,
to
I'm not trying to
discuss.
beat
No,
about
I
Fitz,
understand,
but-
I
but
understand.
But the point is, public convenience and advantage also means maybe a store that you can walk around without tripping on bottles, that you can find things that are clearly marked. And we believe that between, again, I think there was a misrepresentation to you about when IBM left that clearly made it into the decision.
And I'll agree
Once
with you on
again,
that. so
I live there, and I don't, he did say, and I watched the hearing, the first hearing, and he did say many years, but I think it's inarguable that the town has not recovered from that. So why don't we just leave that alone?
All right.
Okay, so I do agree with you that that was probably a factor in my decision, and possibly Commissioner Green, although, I can't read her mind and she's not here. So, but the fact of the matter is the population has decreased over the past 4 years, from 2010 to
Ulster
2014.
County, not Kingston. Kingston had a slight increase. Ulster County, that's
Well-
the figures they gave you were Ulster County.
Well, so whether IBM's departure 20 years ago or, several years ago, I think the point is that the population really hasn't increased. It's either declined in Ulster County or increased slightly in Kingston, but fact of the matter is, I think that with new development and more hotels being built, that there's an argument at some point there could be a need for another store. But, the fact that Fitz's store is in the condition that's in, just 1 mile further down south from Fitz, you have Myron's, which seems very organized. To me, anyone living between the 6 miles north located licensed premise and Myron's even, you're only 3.5 miles away in this driving community. So I haven't seen anything that changes my decision from prior, so I vote to deny the reconsideration.
I think and don't take this as a reflection on the two of you, because obviously, I think your idea is very good. I think I do think it's needed. I don't disagree with it. I just think that it's too close. So I'm going to deny as well. But once again, I would encourage you just to move further away from them, because I think you would get what you said you would get. I think you would get. It's just that area is just too saturated right now. So I'm going to vote to deny as well, the reconsideration. What? Say that again?
How much further do we have to move?
3 or 4 miles?
Well, it's hard. It's just case by
I
case.
don't know. I'm just saying,
yeah,
but what you're describing does not exist in Kingston. I'll be the first to recognize that. But once again, there is, and
Wouldn't that serve the public convenience to have something that doesn't exist at the moment?
it does, but you're too close to the people that already are serving the public
But
convenience.
we're not looking to take away their clientele.
And it's my vote's irrelevant anyway,
I recognize that.
because he already voted, so.
Convince you both.
No, but my point also to the chairman's point is that I don't think it's, I think you guys would make excellent applicants and your ideas are great too. But again, it's on a location by location basis. And, the being right across the street from a farm, that's also a great idea. But it's just this particular location with the location of the other stores, I just don't think it's adding anything right now to the public convenience and advantage. Thank you.
2149 S&S Liquor Corp.
Hello, how are you?
Hey, good. Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. It appears there's opposition. Should I step aside and let them go
Yes,
ahead?
please. Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Leonard Fogelman. In opposition, I have two clients of mine here. Want to introduce yourselves?
Daniel Macias, J&L Liquors. Oh. Daniel Macias, 1067 J&L Liquors.
Will you name Best Price Liquor?
Which one were you? I'm sorry.
Best Price Liquor?
Best Price Liquor.
So, in my presentation to you, I certainly made reference to the fact that there seems to be some misrepresentations on their application as far as the distances are concerned, and I think they're pretty substantial. So I hope you take that into consideration.
What is that point again?
In their application, they said that R&D Wine and Liquors is 0.4 miles away, which is about 2,000 feet when it's really only 1,600 feet away. And the second one.
Well, we have 0.4 miles too.
Yep, but it's less than 0.4 miles.
Well, we use Google driving directions, and we use it for every single store, so.
Okay. I think the most significant point is my Exhibit 3, which shows that within 2 miles from the applicant, there's 27 stores in the Bronx.
27 stores?
In the Bronx, right? Is that what you're saying?
Within 2 miles of the applicant's
Is
store.
it correct that he's moving into an old store, or wants to?
That store actually went out of business with declining sales. That particular,
But you guys were all open then, correct? When he was open?
he was doing bad for a couple of years, lost Lotto about 2 years before. That particular train station has the least amount of people that exit or enter it on the entire 6 line.
Okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
And there's been, we know that there was a store there previously, but as my client just said, they went out for good reason. There's been no new developments, no new of any consequence, no new malls, no increase in population. There's just too many stores close by. Within 2 miles, we gave you the addresses of 27 stores. It certainly seems that there is tremendous saturation there presently.
Also, too,
Feel free.
about a year and a half ago, 2 stores tried to open, which he also headed that article in the Daily News.
Yeah, there was community opposition, and you turned down 2 stores in the general vicinity.
There were only 0.3.
Why don't you make?
Yeah, and also within like 3 years, they got 2 new stores open up already. Since I'm moving, they have like in 3 years they have 2 stores open up already. That's why I think that's the only.
Where were those 2 stores?
The only one is R&D. Is R&D is the one the store they just applying for new license, and the other one is my friend JNL is a new store also. They just opened up.
Yeah. R&D is on Aldous Street. It's about 1,600 feet away from the Westchester Avenue. And 1067 J&L is 1,000 feet away.
And they just opened up within like 3 years
now.
J&L moved from another location, though.
Yes.
Far away.
How far away was the other location?
About 8 miles away.
Okay.
Just also to point out, the store is only actually 2 buildings, less than 2 square blocks away from our current store.
If you look at my Exhibit 1, it shows 2 apartment houses, large apartment houses, but on one side is my client's store, and on the other side of these 2 apartment houses is the applicant's store. It's very close.
You also can see they have a huge decrease from the
numbers of opposing stores, there's been huge decreases in sales.
Well, sales I have kind of up and down. I mean, J&L is up. It's hard to tell if it's up yet. You're still new.
There's one that was 1.2 million, and it went down to 890. And
Right, that's the
currently
one,
it's-
yeah, that's one of them. But
That's
the
the
others,
one.
the
The others are pretty.
the others have gone up.
They're low, but they've gone up a little bit. But this 1045 East 163rd Street has gone down from $1.2 million down to 703,000.
Right, that one's gone down. The other three have gone up.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, why don't we hear from the applicant?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Argelio Rodriguez. I'm here with the applicant, SNS Liquors. This is the principal, Sadiq and Shanali. I'll make 6 points here, and I'll do my best to get straight to the point. What's going on here is that the opposition here represents the Southern Boulevard bid block, pretty much. So they represent the liquor stores of the Southern Boulevard bid. They can keep that. We have no interest in being anywhere near those guys.
But you are near them.
To be specific, the status quo stays the same with this store. So first off, I'll point out that this location has been licensed for 10 years, since 2005, with the previous licensee, which is P. and Frank Liquors. So the location existed at the time of the opposition's removal application, and I'm referring to the 1067 J&L, which would be our closest liquor store. So they did a removal, just as Chairman Bradley mentioned, and at the same time, our location and then the location of the other individual opposing were present. And what's important to point out is that, if I could, I'd play the video from their removal proceeding, which was just 1 year ago. And Chairman Rosen had one question, and the question was, he pointed out that 1067 J&L Liquors, the opposition here, they were located 0.2 miles away in each direction on Westchester Boulevard to both our predecessor and then the other individual opposing here. And he asked for their point of view on the issue of distance, gross sales, saturation generally. And what counsel for 1067 J&L, the opposition, explained on that day just 1 year ago was they provided a tremendous amount of, and this is, I'm quoting here, that they provided a tremendous amount of information about the Southern Boulevard bid, that it's close to the bus depot, that it's close to the Simpson Street train station, and they basically explained that given the status quo at that point, that this liquor store is in the public convenience and advantage. What we're saying here is that nothing has changed with this application. The status quo is the same. The previous licensee went out, and we immediately signed the lease once we heard that he was evicted, and so the status quo doesn't change.
Okay, so let's go directly to the point. I look at the history of the applicant, and he's been a manager, I think, for about 6 years,
right,
in a package store, and with no adverse history. So that bodes well, I think, speaking about his character and fitness to run his own package store. So what would you do differently than the store that went out of business?
So pretty much first, in order to understand that, we need to know what happened with the previous store. So I did my best to explain it in the letter. In other words, me and the applicant discussed this at length because we understand that.
No, we read the letter. I mean, I know what he did. What are you going to do differently? What's your client going to do differently?
I mean, so pretty much, he's going to be there 24/7. So pretty much, he's an experienced liquor store operator.
He's going to be there 24.
I'm sorry, you know what I mean. He's going to be specific. He's going to be there when the liquor store.
He can come work for us.
His hours are open, and he's very strict by the book. That's why those other establishments, those liquor stores, don't have an adverse history. And so, me and him have had the talk. They would be very strict with respect to sales to minor. And by the way, P. and Frank Liquors had several violations of sales to minor. In fact, that was probably one of the things that led them to go the route they did and just pretty much abandon the place, because they were actually on the hook for number 3, is our understanding. And so that was a big problem with P. and Frank. But they was just mismanaged generally. So financially, with respect to wholesalers, all their contractual obligations, went into the trash. It was just a sloppy operation, and we can tell the moment we went in there after once the lease was signed, that it was just a mess, and that they just had no respect for the authority and the alcoholic beverage control laws.
I'm ready. You ready?
Are your stores bulletproof? Is his going to be bulletproof?
So to be clear, we have
I
not.
only want you to be clear.
I'm sorry?
Yeah, I want you to be clear.
We literally just took over this place. We have not done anything to it. So we have to understand that we're inheriting the store as is.
So it is bulletproof right
It is
now?
bulletproof now.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm ready.
Okay.
So, given that there was already a license here, and this proposed location is the only liquor store by the 6th train on Whitlock Avenue, even though it has the fewest riderships emptying out, it is by a train station, and for those who do exit out of there, I think it does provide a public convenience and advantage. And then based on the excellent SLA history of the applicant, and the fact that I see that at least 3 of the 4 closest stores have had increasing sales in the past couple of years, I vote to approve this application.
I vote to approve as well, based on, this isn't a new location. It's going to, the old store just closed, I believe, in August of this year. And the other closest stores seem to have been doing fine with that store open. So I don't anticipate that this store is going to have a major effect on their sales. So I vote to approve as well, also given the licensee's history, which is extensive, and it seems to be all positive. So I'll approve the application.
Thank you.
Yes. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Next item is 2199. Elliot Kim?
Good afternoon, members of the authority. I do believe there's opposition here. Would you like to hear their side first?
Yes, please.
Could you put your name on the record?
Elliot Kim, I'm the sole proprietor.
Charles Lynn for the opposition. I represent 6 of the closest liquor stores, 1158 Liquor Corp., doing business as Cork and Bottle, which is 0.1 mile from applicant. Flow Wines, doing business as Manhattan Wine Exchange, which is 0.15 miles from applicant. Juno Wine Inc., doing business as City Wine, which is 0.2 miles from the applicant. And RN Trading Inc., doing business as First Avenue Wines and Spirits, 0.2 miles from the applicant. Whiskey Wine Off 69, which is 0.3 miles from applicant. And Garnett Liquors at 929 Lexington Avenue. But I would just like to make the board aware of the fact that there's a sale pending. There was a conditional letter of approval, and I'm representing the prospective purchaser with regards to that.
How far is that one away?
It is 0.35 miles. There are presently a whole series of stores on Second Avenue. The applicant is making application for a store on 64th and Second Avenue. Right now, there's a liquor store at 50th Street and Second Avenue, another at 54th and Second Avenue, another at 60th and Second Avenue. Then we have the applicant at 64th. There's another liquor license on 69th Street and Second Avenue, and the other on 75th Street and Second Avenue. Obviously, there's no package stores located on Second Avenue between 61st Street and 69th Streets, and one could possibly make the argument that the applicant's store would fill that void. However, there are 4 stores within 0.2 miles of the applicant's location. There are another 7 stores within 0.38 miles. While other portions of Second Avenue may not be oversaturated with package stores, the area in which applicant seeks to open is adequately served by these 11 stores. And this list of current stores does not include a new approval of Oak and Barrel at 225 East 57th Street under serial number 1279216, which is about 1,600 feet from applicant and opened in October 2014, right across from a brand-new Whole Foods market. The population in this area, I have
Before you get into that, what are the closest stores that aren't on Second Avenue? And where are they located?
The ones that are not on Second Avenue.
What's on First and what's on Third?
Okay. I have exhibit attached, and I will respond, but on my Exhibit 1, second page, I have a diagram of 9 stores.
I see it, okay.
Inadvertently, I left out 2. Another one which is on Third Avenue and another one which is on First Avenue. That's a total of 11. But
I got it, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't want to expend the time if it was in the record. The population in this area, there's no new residential or commercial construction in this area, and little change in population. I attach as my Exhibit 3 population figures that evidence the following: between 2008 and 2012 population.
What about the Second Avenue subway?
I was going to get to that.
Okay.
One of the things about these sales figures, and I'll get to the sales figures, is that you do have the whole problem here of the construction with Second Avenue subway. This is an interesting situation because we have sales figures of the 5 closest stores, and I would just like to point out, because of transparency, that Cork and Bottle, which is the closest, only shows 2.5 years of sales. That is not a new store. That was a transfer. That store has been around for many, many years. I'd like to point out that Whiskey and Wine off 69, the 5th closest store on Second Avenue, it shows as a brand new license, but that license was revoked by the previous license was revoked by the authority, and they've been in business a little over 2 years. But at that store, there had been a store there for many, many years. And the other store is RN Trading, doing business as First Avenue. And I'd like also to point out, since we don't really have sales figures on that, that that license was also canceled by the authority. So even though it shows, it appears as though it's a new license, yes, it is, but that store had also been operating in the area for many, many years. Just that we lack the sales figures that normally I know that the board depends upon making these determinations.
Yeah, excuse me, Mr. Lynn. Yeah, the Whiskey and Wine, they prior licensee had an AKA for an address, so it didn't show up when we did this report.
I believe that the board received a letter from a PTA member in one of the schools, and it reflects the fact that there are a lot of schools, children in the area. And what's interesting is that really echoes another letter that was submitted to the board back in 2011, which was opposition of that application, which stated the very same thing, that the area is considerably saturated with liquor stores, and they don't think that it's appropriate considering the number of children and schools in the area. I'll just finally point out that the authority previously disapproved retail liquor store applications at almost the exact address as applicants, both of which the board noted the high number of existing package stores. October 2004, the address was 1237 2nd Avenue, U.S. Wines and Liquors, under serial number 1157290. And the most recent in March or April, I'm not absolutely certain, of 2011. The applicant was the Divish liquor store at 1202 2nd Avenue, Divesh Corp., under serial number 1249613. And again, I think basically the brunt of those decisions by the authority was the enormity of liquor stores in the area. So I would request that this application be disapproved for public convenience and advantage. Also, since the chairman went on record with regards to history with a previous applicant, this applicant's father, I did license, or I put in an application about a year and a half ago. I think I did renew his license up on Lenox Avenue. I just don't remember. I apologize, but I did have.
Applicant here?
For the applicant's father.
Father.
Yeah. So I just wanted you to know that I was
Does he know that?
He knows. And I apologize to him. I normally don't, if there's any conflict of interest, take over a protest, but the board should know that I do a lot of protests. So the name sounded familiar. It's interesting. There's 100,000 Kims that are around. So it was, and I really didn't know the name of his son. So I just, as a matter of, again, transparency, I just wanted the board to know that.
Okay, thank you. Are these all your clients right here, except for the
Yes.
applicant?
Would you like them to just introduce themselves?
Put their name in the record.
For the record, just call them.
You can all come over.
My name is Frank Gerisi, Whiskey and Wine off 69, and I was listening to some of the other opposals, and they were talking about a 7-minute drive from one store to another. It's a 7-minute walk from 4 or 5 of these stores. We are inundated on the Upper East Side with package stores. I don't even understand why someone would even want to open up with so much competition around them, and I just wanted to make that, not to mention we're getting kind of hurt by the 2nd Avenue subway.
Okay, thank you.
And only introduction, because this is Parita Patel, who got conditional approval on the other liquor store, which is Garnett Wines and Liquors. I just wanted to explain that. She's not a current licensee, but she did get conditional approval on a transfer.
Okay.
You can just put your name.
Yeah, my name is Parita Patel, and I will be the owner of the Garnett Wine and Liquor. And Garnett sell from 2011 to 2015. It's 10% down every year, from 11 to 12 and 13. If you like to see, I have a paper.
Well, but you bought the business recently, right?
Now, I will be, yeah.
We bought it, we're waiting for bank approval on a mortgage.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So if you like to see the.
No, we-
I'll
Oh,
take
okay.
it, I mean, if she has it. Thank you.
Hi, how are you? My name is Henry Long. I'm manager from Manhattan Winter Chains. And the last 2 years, we're struggling over there, and we had the construction in front of us. So please, they can bear this, please.
And
But you're on Third
1
Avenue.
minute, I forgot one thing. And they give new license to supermarket also in a 2011, like next to Garnet store, like 600 feet far.
Okay.
Mr. Lynn, I'm sorry, your client from Wine Exchange just said he has the construction in front of him, but he's on Third Avenue. The construction's on Second Avenue.
Come up here. He has,
Right in the corner in front of us, so everything is black over there.
You're saying it's going down the street all the way to Third Avenue?
Yes, this is gonna be from Second Avenue to Lexington Avenue. So they have 4 entrances right there and a 63rd. Now we between 63rd and 64th. Yeah.
and the other store that is presently blocked is Frank's store that's on 69th Street. He has all that construction right in front of the store. It's been there for quite a period of time.
Okay,
The
does
other
your-
stores don't have the construction. in
Does your
front.
last client want to introduce himself?
My name is Tenzin. I'm manager of the Cork and Bottle.
Okay.
And I see last 3 years our store sales has been declining. So I just want to say that.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see that. I see it increasing.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon again. My name is Elliot Kim. I'm the applicant. This application will serve public convenience and advantage in a number of ways. The first being the products that will be offered. We will have a large majority of our wines being natural wines. That's organic, biodynamic, and sustainable.
What do you mean by large majority of your wines?
Our target is going to be 80%, hopefully even more than that. Depends on how the market reacts to our offering.
And what if it doesn't react the way you think it would react?
You know, as a business, we're going to have to adjust. From a personal perspective, you know, I did my undergrad at UC Berkeley in California. It's a very natural town. It's where I started my own organic and sustainable lifestyle. It's an interest that I have a passion for. I buy organic products from my family. We have an organic garden in our backyard. It's a interest and a passion for me that I would like to extend out to the community. There's an organic movement that's growing.
I understand. Would you limit yourself to an organic, 80% natural organic wines, and if that model doesn't work, would you close down your store?
I think we would have to pare down the organic offerings, but I would like to have my store known to be a focus of natural wines. There's organic wines. We'd also feature organic spirits. You know, right now it's a small offering, but that's also growing. It's actually extending into aged whiskeys right now as well. These organic offerings will complement the surrounding businesses. Just next to the store, there's 2 natural and organic food markets. One is Gourmet Garage, which is on 64th Street. It's only half a block down. It's on the same side of the block as our proposed location. There's also Health Nuts, which is on 2nd Avenue and 63rd. So it's one short city block on 2nd Avenue. Having the organic wines and spirits offerings close to these markets, I believe would serve the convenience and advantage to all the patrons of those markets. We'll also be offering craft distillery products. In my own entrepreneurial spirit, there's a lot of small distilleries that come out offering really interesting products. I'd like to showcase that and extend that out to the community as well. Specifically, New York City and New York State has seen a revival in the distillery industry, and it's something that we'd like to showcase. Another category of products is the Asian wines and spirits. That's something that hits close to home. We'd also be showcasing that as well. to know this is.
And you're saying that the closest stores don't offer any of this that you're talking
So
about?
I've taken a poll around. The stores around have very limited organic sections. I haven't taken a look at Whiskey and Wine on 69th just because they weren't listed as one of the 4 closest. It's actually the 5th, if I understand correctly. I know they do showcase the spirits, the local spirits, but I don't believe they have a good selection of organic wines. But the stores that I did visit, the rest of the 4 had a very small offering. Manhattan Wine Exchange, when I went, they walked me through their organic offerings, and it was a total of maybe 9 or 10 bottles.
But how many different organic type wines are there? I mean, we had other applicants who've come up with that, and then we asked them to identify what the realm of organic wines available for sale, and it doesn't seem to be that large of a product mix.
It's extensive. There are distributors that focus strictly on organic products. There's organic vintages. There's Jenny and Francois Selections, T. Edward. All these distributors deal strictly in natural wines. There's also other stores in different corners of the city that have the same focus. Appellation, it's on 10th Avenue and 20th Street. Their store is almost entirely natural wines. There's Natural Wine in Brooklyn, similar model. So it validates the fact that there's a need and there's a demand for these types of products. What we're looking to do, we're looking to offer products with a conscience. We're looking to support small wineries and small distillers, and we want to provide interesting options for the public.
So you have no prior experience in this industry, correct? I mean, it seems like you moved from California a couple of years ago.
I was born and raised in New York. I went out to California for school, stayed out there for my professional experience. My professional experience was in medical devices. So it is in a regulated industry. I've earned a respect for the...
And what have you done in the past 2 years? Because that was through 2013, October.
Yeah. So since then, the reason why we moved back, my last venture was acquired. We did reasonably well with that. It bought us the opportunity to move back home, bring the family back closer to grandparents.
What kind of a business not related to alcohol?
Excuse me?
What kind of a business was it that you were involved in?
It was a medical device business.
Oh, medical device, okay.
But it offered me the opportunity to look towards different entrepreneurial opportunities. One of my prime focuses was to establish this wine store. Outside of my professional experience, basically since I've been born, my father has had a liquor store in New York City, first in Brooklyn and then the Upper West Side. So I've had an extreme amount of exposure to the business. My father has had a pristine record with the SLA. He's taught me the ins and outs of the business as well as the integrity that is needed to maintain the business.
So you think that this natural wine or organic wine is going to be what keeps you in business against the 6 other stores within 0.35 miles of you?
Well, there's 2 things. There's the organic markets that are in immediate proximity. Everyone that's shopping there wants organic products, but they can't find it anywhere else in there.
Well, do you know that they don't carry any?
Yes. The surrounding stores I did visit, and the offerings were very minimal.
But they do have some.
They do have some.
That's Mr. Lin.
Chairman.
Go ahead.
Only because we're on organic wines. I would just like to point out that Oak and Barrel at 225 East 57th Street, that was just licensed in October 2014, was right across from Whole Foods, and that was one of their selling points, that a large majority of their operation would be for organic foods, because it was a perfect complement to just go across the street.
But Mr. Lin, if you're shopping at Gourmet Garage or that other health store on 2nd Avenue, you're not walking past the Roosevelt Island tram all the way down to 57th.
Right, and also, and exactly right also, you can't say that the demand for organic wines is tremendous in the city of New York. There's no...
Also, can we just address whether your clients
Yes, 69th Street.
organic wines?
Yes, I have them here, and they will specifically say.
Sure.
Matter of fact, just so you know, the 69th Street store with the revocation, specifically had to set forth that it had artisanal wines as a condition for its getting approved, so they can come up here specifically.
And I think that all of us carry organic wines. Organic wines are not, there's some wines.
Right, so we want to know.
Been organic and we didn't
Yeah,
even know
no,
it. There's organic.
right. We just want to know how much organic wines you.
20%, and not all organic wines say organic certified on the bottle themselves. You have to go to their website, and they're practicing organic, they're sustainable, and there's biodynamic, and we all carry that, as well as organic vodkas and organic gins. It's everybody has to carry it. We just do.
Cork and Bottle has a whole shelf for organic wines. We have a dedicated line for the organic wines. We have organic vodka, organic gins. So with the close proximity to the proposed location, I think Cork and Bottle serves what if neighborhood needs organic or anything else, they want it in the neighborhood.
Manhattan Exchange. So we carry like 20% of the organic wines, and we mark it over there with the green dash. And the sulfides in those wines is minimum, so you gotta have 24 hours AC to preserve the wine. So that's what we're doing over there.
24 hours what?
AC, air conditioning.
Oh, okay.
In other words, the wine is going to be
understand.
very bad.
So
because
your other
the
white
minimum-
wines you don't put into AC during the night?
No, because the wines, the minimum sulfide, so they can be back in 1 month. You don't keep it, you don't preserve the wines.
Not going there if you don't
Okay,
show
thank you.
your wines all year. Anybody else? No, I'm good.
Also, I'd just like to point out the obvious is that there's no experience, no education.
Thank you.
So we just wanted the organic wine question done.
So I will note, I visited Manhattan Wine Exchange, and I actually had the manager there walk me through the organic options, and I counted the bottles that he pointed out, and it was a total of about 9 or 10 bottles. And Cork and Bottle, they do have a section that's organic, but that section is relatively small to the overall offering. It's a small percentage.
How big is Manhattan Wine Exchange? What's your square footage? Approximately square footage? How big's the size of your? Because I have here no data. Are you 1,000 square feet, 2,000 square feet, 3,000? 1,000?
So,
I mean, the only, I think the only argument, because we did deny in '04 and 2011 an application very similar to this location, the only difference would be is if there was an increase in population to a certain point. The Second Avenue subway, if it was online, I think would make a big difference. So
I would like to add, as far as the location, there is that large stretch of Second Avenue that's underserved. And it's not just a stretch of Second Avenue. Throughout the mid-'60s, there's no package stores from the East River all the way to Central Park. If you look at the area
Well, that's
map.
not, there's one on First Avenue.
On 63rd, but between 63rd and 68th, 69th, that whole strip from East River all the way to the Central Park does not have.
Right, that, you're talking about a block, though. They'd have to walk a block.
So then there's the difference between Second Avenue and the surrounding avenues. Between First Avenue from Cork and Bottle to the location that we propose, there's two streets. One is the street that the 59th Street Bridge exit out onto. It's very not pedestrian friendly. The other is 64th Street, and there's a large-scale construction there that's completely shut down the sidewalk on that side of the block. Again, not very pedestrian.
Right, so that would work against your argument. That would work against you for having a location right there.
Well, I'm saying the two areas are very distinct areas. The pedestrians aren't making the walk over from Cork and Bottle to our proposed area.
No, but presumably the construction is not going to go on forever.
The construction is not. The 59th
And
Street
that's
exit
what,
is.
and that when he mentioned that the Second Avenue subway, I think that, well, I don't think anyone knows when that's actually going to end, but obviously that's a game changer once that opens, but that's not in the foreseeable future?
So phase one of the Second Avenue subway is actually scheduled to end, I believe, the end of 2016. Who knows, but that's what it's scheduled as.
But phase one is up in the 80s and the 90s.
No, the phase one is everything down to the 63rd Street. So there's a Q line, which is the one that goes all the way down Second Avenue and then makes the
Can you give
makes
him a
the
little
turn.
room? Can you stand right over here?
I want him to start stuttering, so I think I'd be right on top.
No, it's it's the image of you with your arm over there. It's like,
So the Q line is the one that's making that turn. And then there's that Second Avenue subway station that's opening on 63rd and 3rd Avenue, which is.
do we know what the state of the Second Avenue subway line is? Anybody?
I don't think anyone knows the state of it. Could I just
So,
make one?
Yes.
other comment?
And the last one,
The
go ahead.
last one. The two residents that are there, that live there, have their families there. We have a letter from Susan Small that I said was.
We can agree that there's probably about 40,000 residents in that area.
Right, but still,
All right,
she
so
makes.
the two are, they're not even 0.01%, so that,
But meanwhile, it's a statement from a resident that says that there's an enormous number of liquor stores in the area.
I understand,
What
but
about
you're
the-
not going to make him come in with a 20,000 that say they need another one, are you?
No.
So what about 6% increase in population, I think it says? I finally found the population numbers.
So in addition to the.
Decrease, I think, Commissioner.
No, I have here, it says, figure 4, zip code, New York demographics, population change for zip code 10065 shows 6%, average.
My exhibit 3 shows between 2008 and 2012.
No, this is from 2010 to 2013.
And I'm getting there.
Oh, okay.
That population in the area has decreased by 1.64%. From 2000 to 2013, population increase had been almost insignificant. And the population density, which is also part of my exhibit in this area, is less than most other zip codes in the entire area.
Along those lines, I would
Well,
like
you
to
didn't
mention.
answer my 2010 to 2013. You said you were going to get there.
I said it was
2010 to 2013. I don't care what happened before. I want to see the trend now.
The statement was it's somewhat.
You said 2000 to 2013.
So
Oh, then you're
if I
wrong.
could, between 2010 and 2013, there was an increase in population. And to note, there was an increase in population while a lot of the surrounding highly populated areas showed a decrease. So the other neighborhoods were decreasing, this zip code actually showed an increase. More important than the actual population, this is a highly populated area. It's one of the top zip codes in the city. You're not going to see a big increase in population, but what we are seeing is a change in the makeup of the population. A lot of the rental units are being converted to condos and co-ops. What that means is that an already affluent neighborhood is turning more affluent, and there's even more disposable income in the area.
All right.
There's also a few developments. One development is Memorial Sloan Kettering. They're opening a medical laboratory space. Again, it's right on 64th, half a block down from the proposed location. It's 9 floors, 90,000 square feet of facility. That'll increase the foot traffic from the patients, the physicians, all the employees. The other development is Hospital for Special Surgery, which is immediately across the street. You walk out the door, you see it across the street. It's 50,000 square feet of ambulatory surgery center. Again, that'll increase foot traffic and.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have one last thing you need to add?
There has, no documentation has been submitted with regards to these
Okay.
increases in residential.
Thank you.
I have something here. That's why I was looking at it. I was looking for it. I don't know if you saw it. Right here? Do you see this?
So I'd also like to add that we are aware of the prior rejections. So even though,
Go ahead.
even though the businesses have identified this as a prime spot to meet an unmet need for the community, the authority has rejected an application in 2004 and 2011.
6%.
To note, in 2011, when the
that's where I
issue
got it.
came
Your
back
submission.
before the authority for reconsideration, Chairman Rosen at the time actually voted to approve the license. Ultimately, it was, the disapproval was withheld.
He's talking about the 2011 rejection.
Oh, we weren't here, so.
The other thing to note is the gross sales, most of the numbers that we got, most of the stores didn't provide numbers to show any trends. So out of the 3 that did, 2 showed a significant increase.
Who's that?
Cork and Bottle.
All right, Cork and Bottle, and who's the other
In
one?
2014, they showed their sales of 4.2
We have
million.
their numbers. What's the other one?
City Wine. They also doubled their sales from 2007
City
to
Wine. I don't know City
2013.
They're not one of the 4 closest. Okay.
Oh, no.
Not Mr. Lin.
City Wine is. City Wine is the next closest on 2nd Avenue. It's Juno Wine, doing business as City
Juno.
Wine. And the first one was
Okay.
Cork and Bottle, which is 1158.
Okay,
All right, we're done. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Oh, one last question. You got your funds from your wife as well. How come she's not on as a?
Well, the funds is just from a joint account. It's actually not from my wife. We just share their account.
Well, if it's a joint account,
Happens regularly.
it happens regularly? Okay. So she won't be involved in the business at all?
No.
You will be full-time?
Yes.
All righty. So, based on the application here, the uncertainty is the 2nd Avenue subway line. As Chairman Bradley said, if that were already in place, this would be a game changer, very easy decision. Makes it tougher because it's not. It is the only proposed location on 2nd Avenue, and having lived in Manhattan for many, many years, one big avenue over does make a difference for people who live on a particular stretch. There's been Mr. Lin submitted the population numbers here. There has been a 6% increase from 2010 to 2013 in that area. On the other hand, I mean, we also have sales that are kind of 2 are up, a couple of the others are flat.
If I could, the
No,
store that was.
let me just finish, please.
Sorry.
So, I'm inclined at this time to deny the application, but I think in a year or two, when we have more certainty about the 2nd Avenue subway line, I think it's definitely a good location.
I think you're a great applicant. I just think that there's too many stores. You have 6 stores within 0.35 miles. And I know you want to specialize in organic wines, but it sounds like that if there is a selection of them within, 0.2 miles. And I just don't think that there's anything for the public convenience and advantage right now in this area. If you find a better spot, like I said, I think you're a great applicant, and I commend you for your entrepreneurship, but this is just the wrong spot, and I think that's indicative of the fact that we've declined 2 other stores in the last 10 years, and nothing really has changed in that area over that period of time.
Right,
And
right.
like you said, it probably isn't gonna until the subway opens.
Right.
So I decline as well.
Okay, thank you.
2147 Rum Pub.
Martin Mailer of Mail and Buscemi, good afternoon. This is after an ALJ.
Yeah, I read this. I take it you want us to dismiss?
Yes, he did. I agree. I didn't put in opposition.
I'll dismiss.
Dismiss.
All 3 charges.
2116 Colbeth.
This is a longstanding licensee. He's been around for at least 20 years. There was a problem with an accountant about it goes back about 9 years ago. When it was brought to the licensee's attention, they immediately went to taxation finance, got it all straightened out. I pointed out I have that he's been a viable corporation for many, many years. There was an aberration for, I'd say, about 2 years. I'm not exactly sure when it was. But it was a very, very long time ago. And as to its name, well, he's an old-time licensee. He didn't realize it had to formally be on the license. But that was changed back in 2011. So I would think that the penalty suggested is fair and equitable.
Yeah, but why would you add the trade name with a renewal rather than filing?
It was, at the time, that's the way they wanted it. I actually submitted the,
It was a practice for.
yeah. I mean, I only try to follow the rules as they were at the time.
I just wonder now, why is it so old?
Why is it so old? Because it sat with
Okay.
Robert Buckley.
All right, I accept the
I
offer,
accept as well.
2,500.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
2221 C and Z Liquor.
One or two that I'm finding.
Oh, that was on his desk, that one?
What's in his files? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Francis Buscemi for the licensee.
And Charles Lynn, because we have a.
In support of my offer, yeah.
I don't know if I'll be an asset or a liability.
I don't know. So why don't you, well, I'm talking though, if you would, Charles, please, just give me a little room. At the last board meeting, there was a concern of the board with the $20,000 offer. I think, as I understood it, the main concern was, look, if this deal doesn't go through, if the transfer doesn't take place, for whatever reason, that the Liquor Authority would then have accepted a $20,000 civil penalty, and the licensee is continuing in operation. I've tried to address that issue with a format and revising my offer with a format that I hope works for the Liquor Authority. Again, what's important here with regard to the transferee is that there's an SBA loan in place. The bank is going to want to see an approval of this, or, you know, it's not going to, or we're not going to get an approval of the, or Mr. Lynn's client's not going to get an approval of the bank loan. And obviously, continuity of business is always important to a bank when making a loan. So I've tried to address those issues in my offer, where we put up $20,000 civil penalty. I would hold that in escrow in my attorney's trust account. I would notify the Liquor Authority that that money is in my account. The Liquor Authority could then complete the processing. Then Mr. Lynn, I'll also notify Mr. Lynn. He can advise the request reactivation of the application. The Liquor Authority License Bureau then could finish off on that application. I have a cutoff date of October 21. In the event the closing does not take place by that date, then it would convert to a cancellation in bond claim in lieu of the $20,000 civil penalty. I mean, I'm hoping, I didn't want to extend the time too long. I'm hoping that we can get this deal closed by then. Again, I don't know exactly where they are, but I've discussed it with Mr. Lynn as far as the processing of the SBA loan, because that's really, you know, what takes the time.
So where are we? Him, tell us what the time frame is.
So I was needed.
Always.
I have a letter that I sent out to the attorney for the bank. I sent it out on Thursday, overnight mail. The only thing that I don't have for with a checklist and the documents that were in response to the checklist, the only documents I didn't have is the insurance, which is the property and liability for the landlord. Everything else is done. I can show the board this, just to confirm what I say, if you wish.
Wait, so what do you mean the insurance for the landlord? So you mean the tenant provides the landlord and adds them as
adds
an
him as
additional
additional
insurance? That's like
insured.
2 seconds.
Yeah, I just don't
But
have.
that was last month too. We were at this, I think insurance was one of the things you mentioned last month.
Yes, and we have life insurance.
No, not life
And we
insurance,
have, no,
property and
that was the
liability
concern I had. And an assignment has been filed. Why I should have it, that's why when Mr. Buscemi called me and said, what should we do as being fair, and we were kind of concerned about a window of only 30 days, I said, I shouldn't be a problem. I should have that certificate of insurance. Matter of fact, even possibly if I go back to my office, as Commissioner said, I may very well have the certificate there. It's not a big deal, so I wanted to show.
Well, I mean, I guess the question we have, is the 21st doable?
Yes.
Fine. I mean, that's already giving them, since September 9th, we wanted to give 30 days. It should have been October 9th, so you're getting another
Yeah, I
12
mentioned that a
days.
couple extra days just in case
Well,
because
12,
it's
2
SBA.
weeks, right? So I don't know, the way you're moving with this property liability insurance, which is,
Commissioner, I could have had, if I were to call my office, it could be in today, so that's not a
the
big deal.
SBA, when they have a checklist, they don't care about excuses. They
No,
just want
no, no.
everything
I
done.
have
So I
those-
just want to make sure.
I have to be thorough with the board. Mr. Lynn, do you have everything? The answer is
You
no.
have everything
This-
except that?
Correct.
Okay, then October 15th should be more than enough time. Why do you need till 21st? That was just 30 days from today?
I mean, we gotta get
Yeah, but I think we've already been starting with the 30 days.
But I
think
mean,
October
you know, with SBA, just a couple extra days.
Everyone has to be, the bank has to schedule the closing, bank's attorneys have to be available.
You don't want us to have sleepless nights. Yeah, I mean, I think we've shown the good faith.
I just want them done.
You want?
We'll accept under these conditions, we'll accept the 20,000 in escrow. If it's not closed by the 21st, the license is canceled and the bond claim.
Thank you, Chairman.
And the 20,000,
No, the
right?
20,000, if it
Surrender.
does, as long as it closes, we get $20,000.
Right.
Correct.
Right.
If it doesn't close, then we just get canceled bond and we
Correct.
have to return the 20,000 bond? Okay. Or it stays in your escrow account? Yes, no, I understand. I got it.
All right, thank you.
2130 and 2131, Marone Restaurants.
This is after hearing. There were two cases that were heard at the same time. The only thing I want to point out, on charge two, I don't believe there's nothing, as I recall, in any of the testimony.
Charge two in which, the first
I'm sorry,
proceeding?
Charge two in 101-375.
Okay.
This Victor, whoever, I don't think, there's nothing in any report or in any testimony that puts him in the licensed premises at all. So I wanted to point that out to you.
I mean, my biggest problem is the stuff that went on in May, and then it went on again in September. I realize this is a college bar, but therefore they understand the risks associated with being that more so than anybody else.
They had very strict warnings when they were issued their license about the problem of being a college bar and the necessity for the 21 and over, and I believe it was input from the mayor insisting on that.
But since they have gone 4 years without it, looks like an issue, so, or 2 years, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
mean, look, you have my controversy on all,
Yep.
on all this charges that, but again, I just wanted to point out in charge charge two of that case, and then in charge 5 of the other case, where the charge is for a patron being on the premises, and there's no question that this was a licensed security guard. In charge 5 of case 97737.
Right, so.
So it wasn't even a
Right, so-
patron, it's, and the record is clear that they were talking about a licensed security guard.
And I think, again, the conditions were very clear when the
I
license
don't
was
think it
issued,
mattered.
that there shouldn't have been a 20-year-old even working at the location.
That's the way I read the condition, is that there's not supposed to be anyone under 21 there, working or otherwise.
The charge is for a patron being on the premises.
All right, so charges 1 through 5 in the first proceeding are sustained. Charges 1, 4, and 5 are also sustained in the second proceeding are also sustained. Charges 2 and 3 in the second proceeding are dismissed. I have 10,000.
I'll agree with that. 10,000.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank
You
you.
too.
2152, the grocery wine shop. 21.
You realize you could have just gone to Albany?
We do, but I have another client here
Oh.
from New York,
Oh.
so
I'm from Brooklyn originally.
Oh.
I wanted to come down, so.
Welcome home.
Good afternoon, Teresa Russo on behalf of the Grocery Wine Shop LLC. I'm joined today by the two applicants, Vic Christopher and Heather Levine. The proposed premises is a very small wine shop. It's about 900.
All right, you could, I approve.
I approve.
Good luck.
Thank you.
2221B, it's a request for declaratory ruling for the operation of Tabbed Out.
No, this is the other thing you had.
Yeah, correct.
Oh.
I think it's good to come in person for this one. I know Jackie has some questions, so.
Yes, I do have questions,
Good
but I'll
afternoon.
let the members ask their questions first, because I think they're the same questions that I have.
Well, we're going to let you ask yours
You
first.
can
yeah.
start.
Okay, if we start with the basic information, the materials you supplied, or, well, do you want to describe the program first, because I know many people are watching?
Absolutely. We're again before you today for declaratory ruling on Tabbed Out's business model that they would like to bring into New York. They're a mobile payment platform for restaurants and bars, and they collect consumer data. Consumers download a free app that allows them to open and pay their tabs on their mobile phones. However, all orders have to be placed with waitstaff, and they have to be ID'd by the waitstaff. Tabbed Out offers drink specials based on check volume or specific food offerings that people order. And discounts are at the sole discretion of Tabbed Out, and they're solely to gain consumer data. When the discounts are offered, Tabbed Out electronically pays the retailer directly, so the retailer doesn't even know what's being paid. Then they pay a portion of the consumer's check directly to the retailer. The data is then organized by geographic regions and sold to manufacturers. The discounts are never more than 50%, and neither manufacturers or retailers are involved in the offering of discounts. They're solely offered and paid for by Tabbed Out.
So what I'm still unclear about is I have Tabbed Out on my phone and I walk into a restaurant. Am I ordering from my phone? Am I ordering from the items on the menu? Can you explain how literally this works?
Yeah, so.
Well, why don't you put your name on the record first?
Yeah, Garrett Sparling. I'm with Tabbed Out. So how it works is you would walk into a bar or restaurant, or you could actually open your tab before you walk in, and you would notify the wait staff or the bartender that I have a tab open on Tabbed Out. You can either tell them your last name or show them the code on your phone, and they can see your name in their point of sale already. So it connects into their point of sale systems. Everything runs through their standard point of sale, their credit card processing that they're already using. And, you just tell them, I already have an open tab. You order your items just as you normally would. They place it on your tab. When you're ready to leave, you don't have to ask for your check. You just pay and leave.
So there are no menu items on the app. It's
There are
all
not.
off of the traditional menu.
Correct.
And you never take any control of the money?
No, we do not. No.
So where does the customer's money go to?
It goes into the establishment's point of sale. So they enter their credit card, which is stored on their mobile device. We actually don't even have the credit card number. And it's built a tunnel that's encrypted, transfer over to the point of sale. So all that the staff even see is the last four of the card. They don't even see the full card number. So it's a very safe way where to pay, as well as convenient, where no one can leave a card behind or steal your credit card number when you hand it over to staff.
You provided what I believe is a contract between Tabbed Out and manufacturers. Is there a contract for Tabbed Out and retailers?
As far as the locations that support Tabbed Out?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, can we get a copy of that contract?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the discounts, who is, I understand the retailer's not going to even know there's a discount being offered. Is the manufacturer going to drive those, or are you driving them?
No, we drive those.
And what's that based on?
It's really, we are a small app trying to gain consumers still. And so we use, discounts as well as, gaining consumers, but also to drive data for manufacturers. So.
Well, wouldn't that decision on who gets discounts be based on who you have a contractual arrangement with which manufacturers?
No.
No? So if McAllen comes in and says, well, we want data on our buyers, can you run a project for us? Then wouldn't you go out and specifically do a discount for McAllen so that McAllen itself can get more data on its users? That's how I would think the model would work.
But it's
not we may, but I think, isn't that how the model would work? Or otherwise?
That's not what they're interested in, honestly, manufacturers.
What are they
Like
interested in?
McAllen, if you were to give a discount, say, we don't want to discount our brand, we're McAllen, right? They're interested in the data. Who's drinking my product? How am I doing in certain markets against competitors? We facilitate doing some discounts to just gain greater data at this point in time as our user base grows.
But how are you selecting which products to discount? Would you discount a product for a company that did not have a contract with you?
Yes, and we do so in Texas right now.
So can you explain more about how you select these products
Yeah,
to
we
discount?
select it based on what people are interested in, and then from there, we can say, hey, no one is drinking Deep Eddy at certain locations. That's a vodka. They're all drinking Tito's. And we find it interesting just to say, what would influence a consumer to try Deep Eddy for the first time? Is it $1 off? And then we're able to show, just more usage data on who's drinking the product. Honestly.
So you're an unlicensed entity who's going to underwrite partial costs of consumers' alcoholic beverages purchases?
Yes.
And what are you, so to use the McCallum example, if, say they were a client of yours, typically do the clients want to know what other scotches are being, or what other whiskeys are being purchased as well? So would you discount the other ones just to find out if that would entice someone to buy them?
Sure.
And they might
Yeah.
not be a client?
Yeah, they're very interested in the competition. And, when you look at it, especially a market like New York, it's, very many geographic areas and demographics here. So they're interested in seeing all of that, how they're doing against competitors and different,
And how often do you do these discounts?
In Texas, we have them running nearly all the time.
And Sherry Cook and the Texas ABC, have they approved this formally?
They have not formally, we haven't brought it in front of them. We have our legal opinion that what we do is, within all of the regulations.
And it never goes down, it never goes below 50%, the discount?
No.
Is there any temperance concern? So because you're an unlicensed company that's now basically giving consumers money to go and buy drinks.
Yeah, and what we do is you limit the amount they can only redeem, one discount. So from there, if they continue to drink, that is, up to the bar staff at that point to make sure that they're coherent and can be served.
Is there any other model that you know of where an unlicensed entity is underwriting the cost of drinks for consumers?
I believe we have competitors that are doing the same thing. One based here in New York. I'm not sure if they're running any programs here at the moment.
What's their
but
name?
They have that capability.
What's their name?
Dash Software.
Dash Software?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else, Jackie? Oh, how do they find out about the discounts, your consumers?
They're in the app, so they can open up the application, look at a location, and see any discounts that may be available, as well as, we do banner ads and other placement ads within the application for these manufacturers.
Can you talk more about those ads? What additionally besides banner ads?
Yeah, so banner ads, we can also run, help them with certain campaigns of maybe a VIP event for people who have tried their product or that are regular, drinkers of their product. Since they don't have access to that level of data, we're able to, directly contact these consumers and invite them to a VIP event that they may be throwing at a location.
You would be inviting them to the VIP event, or the manufacturer would be inviting them to? So what kind of events are you holding then?
Like I said, it would just be if Macallan wanted us to help promote Macallan within the application, we may have a party for Macallan at a certain location.
I think in their presentation, I saw one for, and I don't know if I pronounced it right, but TUACAC or some. Tuaca vodka company. Right, and it says you're invited, and it's like a 60 VIP package that includes, you get access to the VIP section, autographed drum heads, meet and greet with celebrity tattoo artist Corey
Is this a
Miller.
brand experience that's done under the marketing permit, or how are you doing this?
Yeah, so that's part of our services that we offer to them is just brand awareness within the application as well as marketing.
No, I'm asking about this party that you're throwing for them. How are you
I
legally
wasn't
doing
involved in
this?
This was before my time there, the Tuaca one. So I couldn't comment on that.
So
at
what
the
is your
moment.
role with the company?
I'm the director of finance.
Director of Finance.
Yeah, I've
Where's
been
your
there for
CEO?
a
We
year.
would like to talk to your CEO, because if this Tuaca party that, they're throwing, it says also prize package, and who knows if alcohol is included. I assume it is if you're invited to a VIP party.
It's like, a cooler or something to that effect, just some collateral branded with their names on it.
But these brand experiences are regulated. So I'd like to know exactly how it is that your company would be hosting one of these events.
I'd have to ask other people on that. I'm not, aware of that side.
I'd suggest to the members that we get the information that we
Sure.
requested regarding the contracts and documentation about the customer funds and these brand experiences and adjourn the matter.
Yeah, and I think the brand experiences are an offshoot that they're not common at this point in time.
So one other question, when a customer goes in and has their tab open with the bar, and then you're saying that the discount is applied automatically before the amount of money goes to the POS system of the bar, that money that's discounted, then the bar doesn't ever get paid by you separately for the money?
do.
They do. So then there's a payment, and then where's that payment? That's just
It's our corporate credit
your
card.
corporate credit card gives money over to
Yeah,
them
hotel.
on
So-
behalf of the consumer. Got it. Okay.
Exactly.
So you are subsidizing, in effect, the consumer at a
Yeah.
retail outlet. Okay.
And you have nothing from Texas ABC, their opinion of council letter or anything?
We have opinion of council for Texas, yes.
Okay, would you mind sharing that with us?
Sure.
Any other information we want them to get?
No.
Is there a reason why you came to us first before you went before the ABC in Texas?
I think there's, more strict regulations here as far as how you do things, getting approval first in advance. And so as we're looking to launch New York, we just raised a lot of money recently, looking to launch our next top 20 markets in the U.S. So we felt this was important to come and see y'all.
Great.
I was under the impression that a wonderful manufacturer said they wouldn't work with you until the New York SLA said it was legit, which I hope that all the manufacturers would say.
That might have been.
I haven't heard that, but we haven't been operating in New York, so
Right. Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
So we'll get
We'll
the
send you the
information.
additional information, yeah.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
you'll be hearing from us. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
2153, request for declaratory ruling for automated drink dispensers in package stores. Awesome. Bring it up. I'll figure out what it is.
Good afternoon, Gary Landsman.
Good afternoon. So you basically want to change the model a bit?
I don't know that I would say change.
All right, so you tell me what you'd like us.
Sure, no, I guess I was just looking to clarify something
Sure.
that maybe I wasn't perfectly clear on before. In essence, when I went for the original declaratory ruling and then when I went for the licensing hearing, so this is my third time in front of you guys, the idea is to have the automated dispensers. And given that there is a substantial amount of dispensers, Commissioner Kim, you actually joked during my hearing for my license that I was going to have over 100 wines available for tasting for free to consumers at any given time. Realistically, we didn't think it was feasible to have human individuals sitting there dispensing the samples at all times, so we looked for an alternate method. Again, there are several controls in place. We have a digital ID scanner that is accessed before the consumer even gets a glass. The consumer on the app itself, and this is in one of the displays, one of the pictures that I gave you guys in the petition, where before the user's even able to access the app, they need to show their ID and have it verified on the back end. So there are several controls in place, and the app is basically just a means, a technological means, eliminating human error to ensure that the customer can access their 6 samples per day and not more than that, and that it is only a responsible person accessing these samples and an individual of above the age of 21.
How many ounces are those samples?
Less than an ounce. The machines are calibrated to serve an ounce. We've actually tried to lower that, and they're coming up between half an ounce and an ounce.
And is a customer ever required to make a purchase in order to have a sample?
Customer can come in on every single day, multiple times a day. The customer does not have to use the app. We encourage the customer to use the app. We let them know the benefits, the additional benefits that there are within the app, or if they taste a wine that they like, they can save it to their wish list so that they will remember that for future times, having spent some time at retail stores where a customer comes in and says, there was that wine label with the script writing and the white label. Do you still have that? It was really good. And they're talking about 10 or 20 or 30,000 different wines. So whereas they're able to add it to their wish list, it's something that they can remember, oh, when I was in here last Sunday, I tasted this wine, here it is. It's one of the many advantages that the app offers. They don't have to use the app. They never have to spend a penny. They can come in every day, access 6 samples, then go up to the block Trader Joe's wine store and pay $5 for their bottle if that's what they
Do you own the app?
Yes, I do.
In terms of the points, is every wine the same amount of points?
All the wines are actually different points. The points depend upon the price of the wine. An $18 wine is 18 points, a $25 wine is 25 points. And again, that's just, it's part of the game. It's a little bit, we compare it a little bit to a shopping arcade. You can go in and you can get your tickets for scoring a certain number of points and redeem those for stuffed animals, or you can just be in there to shoot baskets and let.
So what can you redeem? What are the additional benefits aside from the memory that it keeps of what wines you tasted?
So we actually have an algorithm built in. So one of the many things that as soon as you taste a wine on the app, it's going to offer you the opportunity to rate it. Rating it gives you points, but it also sets the algorithm in play. And the algorithm will learn from that.
Sure.
If you tell it that you did not like a wine, it will make different recommendations. So it's recommendation-based, algorithm-based.
What are the benefits of it? Is there anything, like here, I thought you could get, can you get better tasting or better wines, or how does that?
In theory, you can taste more expensive wines. You can access, with the points, you can access tastes of more expensive wines.
So not anyone can just come off the street and get the same
Anyone
expensive
can always
wines?
come in and get taste of the wines.
The same wines?
And any wine.
Any wine that's in the store?
Anyone can come in at any given time and get a taste.
How's
of
that been going, by the way? It's been pretty popular?
The feedback has been incredible. People have said things along the lines of, wow, why would anyone shop at a store where they can't taste the wine when they can come in here and taste the wine first? And the feedback has been through the roof. The press has been incredible.
How many do you have open on any given day?
Currently, we have 25 machines in the store. I have another 15 machines should be arriving within the next 2 to 3 weeks. So we'll be up at about 80, and then by some point between Halloween and Thanksgiving, we should be full, have all 62 machines that we have room for in operation, so we'll be at 124, some point between Halloween.
So is it clear that people who don't have the apps can taste, do a taste of
Every
it?
single day, we have customers who say, I don't have room on my phone, I don't have a smartphone, look at me, do I look like I use apps?
Do they have to ask? Is there a sign anywhere?
But one of the first things we say to them is, have you downloaded our app yet? That's one of the first things that we will say to them when they walk into the store. Again, we've been open for a little over 2 months, and most people say, what app? I'm not sure what app you're talking about. And we'll then explain to them what the app is, how it learns about their taste preferences, helps to guide them, and kind of creates this game. And one of the many remarks that we hear from people, and one of the things that I've said when trying to come up with this concept is, everything about wine is fun, but is shopping for wine in stores fun? And the feedback that we get from customers is, no, it's overwhelming, and there's all this pretension, and there's all this confusion. And while they're in the store playing on the app, they remark, oh my goodness, this is so much fun. That's the exact experience we were looking for.
Okay. I mean, I'm all for adding the technology component to enhancing a customer's wine purchasing experience. I'm just trying to make sure that none of the laws that we have are violated in the process. And so you're saying people get points just for tasting, but they don't have to buy. There's no requirement to buy to get points.
Not only is there no requirement, they can offer to buy $1,000 worth of wine in exchange for points, and we will refuse.
So you can't, right? So you
tie-in.
can't buy, no tie-in.
Cannot buy
Okay.
points. You cannot give us any amount of money to access any points.
Because we need to clarify, I think, what happened in '08, the ruling with Union Square West, where they had a similar program and wanted to use automated wine dispensing machines. And I think the ALJ at the time and the members of the board didn't clarify the point that sales for points and then in return some benefit would be violating the rules. And so that's something I think we want to put on the.
Yeah, at the time, the question before the members and all that the ALJ and the members chose to answer was the issue of an alteration at the location. There was never a ruling by the members regarding a sale of a wine in exchange for points, in exchange for a tasting.
Which would violate the ABCL.
I believe so. I believe it would be a sale for on-premise consumption.
I can assure you, Commissioner, that I have done everything within my power to comply with everything. I've been in touch pretty regularly with Counsel Flug, who on several occasions helped me to understand the laws so that I could comply 100% with the laws.
Okay. All right, based on that understanding that there's no sales requirement, that anyone can still have access to the same wines, even if they don't purchase anything or download the app for that matter, I'm okay with this model.
I'm okay with it as well.
Thank you very much.
$21.50 Wine Express.
Good afternoon. It's Mark Coslow from Buckman Law Firm, representing Wine Express. Technically, it's an upgrade of their license from wine to spirits and wine. They've been a licensee for many years. When they're one of the first enterprises that developed any model had to do with internet. When they first started their application process, 2008, they were reviewed by the Liquor Authority. Liquor Authority demanded certain minimum criteria. I believe they met all those criteria. A certain amount of space was set aside for walk-in. They established maybe 500 square feet or so for the walk-in experience. They had to have ability of taking money. They had to have the ability of having product available for people to select from. They have a large warehouse area because at the time, the Liquor Authority insisted that the warehouse be attached to the licensed premises and that all operations be at the licensed premises, which they did, and they still do today. We were aware, at least at some point, that there may be one or two objections. Closest two of the four closest package stores.
Excuse me, are any of them here today? Okay, thanks.
No, I'll explain that.
Oh,
Again,
okay.
to the best of my, I have nothing in writing from either one of them. We were in touch with the closest package store. I will tell you that this same closest package store did object initially when we came up in 2008, and then withdrew his objection when she realized what the method of operation was. Again, the same package store owner objected, and my client spoke to him, and he said, "Oh, it's you? I have no problem. I'll be withdrawing my objection." I doubt you received anything from that licensee. We explained to that licensee about one of the other closer stores. He said, "I know that individual. I will call him. He's not going to attend either." I can't, there's no representation by me. I can't make any representation. I did not speak with them. But my sense of it is that they don't object because of the nature of the operation of the store. My sense of it is that just like we have a small segment of our wines readily available for someone who wishes to walk in and buy that wine, we'll also have a small representation of spirits, because that would be consistent with the way the Liquor Authority had approved the initial method of operation. We would do the same here. It is clearly non-competitive to the average walk-in store. Its location is non-competitive to the average walk-in store. I don't know if you have a little Google of the location. We do. I can share it with you if you'd like. But essentially, it's tucked away in the corner around a warehoused area. It's compliant, has a glass front door, has all the appropriate things that make it a package store. On the other hand, I would say it has very, very little walk-in traffic. I think we've demonstrated that they intend to maintain that method of operation. That's that. I would say that he has been in business not only previously, before he had the license where it was in another location, again, wine only. And even before that, he actually had it earlier on. We've known the client for about 20, 25 years. He had the location, involuntarily closed that location. A few years later, he decided, I'm reinterested in getting into the wine business. Once again, he got a wine retail license. He has been consistently observant. He has never had a problem with Liquor Authority and has done whatever Liquor Authority has ever asked him to do.
What's the wine store at the location doing in sales right now, not including the internet?
In the application that we filed, I believe that as of June, there was approximately, let's say, 500,000 plus in gross sales. I think we said that in the application
Oh, I
itself.
see it, okay, I see it.
So now, of that, licensee has told me he expects that maybe 1% is done on premise, the other 99% is done off premise. That's the way it's always been. He's never changed his model, for better or for worse, I might say that. His model has been in 2000, as we explained in the letter, he had been over $1 million in sales. Then the 1 year he was down to 800 plus. This year, if you figure June is half the year, he may be back up to about $1 million in sales. But again, all this is basically internet.
So the only public convenience and advantage being met by upgrading to spirits is for internet sales, not in the local community?
That's true, but consistent with what I believe Liquor Authority has always requested, he must have some readily available spirit products available for the average consumer. If that consumer comes into a store, he should be able to serve to some extent like he does with the wines. It is not a broad, again, the location has a warehouse of thousands of square feet. It's a large, if you look at the application, if you look at the diagram of the location, but the entire site is virtually all warehouse. This was what the Liquor Authority demanded. They said, you can't just be a warehouse, you have to have a retail store. We said, what do you want us to do? So we said, we need you to have a register. We need you to have a place where people can walk in. You have to be able to have a product available for people to cite and view like stanchions. They can at least see the product, not just order it on internet. So we did. I expect he'll have, and if you don't have to ask, we'll do so. We will put some distilled spirits products on display to meet whatever the public demand is. And I will tell you, we don't expect much public demand. But it's not inconsistent with what he's been doing all along.
And how many states is he shipping to? Or how many states does he intend to ship to?
As far as I know, he deals all with New York.
Oh, he only ships the internet in New York?
He's an internet guy in New York State.
Okay.
Do you know anything about the principals? I mean, the principals have a large, sophisticated enterprise which deals nothing with alcohol, which deals nothing to do with alcoholic beverage. It's related. The related entity is called Wine Enthusiast.
Yes, I'm familiar
Wine
with that.
Enthusiast is a well-known, and that's a lot of internet shipping. That's global. So that they have, but the wines are strictly local.
So why going into the hard alcohol?
He explained to me that he now has children who may be interested in the trade. They asked whether or not we might expand a little bit of the service so that if someone does ask for spirits, we respond and be okay to give them. Probably, I'm guessing, I can ask, I can get it in writing if you want.
No.
I'm sensing it's upscale stuff to be able to provide that type of, to the people that ask for it.
Okay. So other than the increase in the products, there's not going to be any increase in space, any increase in?
No alteration whatsoever. Although, as I said, they're going to have to put up a stand for holding some distilled spirits to make sure that that's on display to be sold to any consumer that wants to come into the store.
In the original application, proposed method of operation, it says if a customer initiates an order during non-business hours, the order will not be accepted for processing.
Yeah. What happened was at the initial stages of internet services, there were questions by the Liquor Authority at that time. What happens when someone orders on Sunday?
Right.
We still ask those questions.
No, what I'm saying, but Sunday you don't ask anymore because you can be open on Sunday. There were other
Not
questions.
till noon, right? In certain counties.
Any county.
Any county? In any county. All right.
In other words, there were areas of concern back then which are less of a concern now. Also, when the store was closed, you couldn't enter the premises for anything. You couldn't adjust your inventory. You couldn't walk in to straighten out any wares. All these things were in place. It's changed. It's morphed. It's okay. That happens. So one of the conditions we agreed to was that during those parts of the day when liquor cannot be sold, you don't sell. We hold the orders in the pen. They don't get processed. When the store opens up, the orders get processed. It sits there.
Okay.
Nothing different. It's the same method of operation they've had all along.
Okay, so I'm okay. The model, as long as you add that section where you're selling the whiskey, the hard liquor.
Yeah, they do have to put up some type of
walk-in service.
Yeah.
Ability to buy, right?
I realize they're not getting
Yes.
any customers, but.
Well, you have to
it's a-
understand, I will
we
admit,
approve.
Okay, I was going to say, one of the reasons why you don't have the objection of local stores is because we don't really compete with the local walk-in traffic.
Right. Yeah, that's why I'm not telling you what you have to put up.
We'll put up the equal number of the spirit products we have with the wine bar. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
2218, Sandy Gourmet.
That was different than I thought it was. I thought that was going to be something different.
Oh, okay. 2218 or 2118?
2218.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Roy B. Baptiste.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. All right, what do we got here? Ex-hubby, previous licensee revoked for sales of minor. 6 sales from minor.
Where is your client?
She's home. She don't speak much English, and
Okay, who owns Bronx Rights?
I could not persuade her to come. She'd only be embarrassed.
She's already what?
She don't want to be embarrassed. She don't speak much English really, and
Who's the woman you've been sitting next to all morning?
my secretary.
No, I'm not going to, I mean, you're not going to like my vote unless she's here. So you're going to have to put it over.
I will, definitely. You give me another date, and I'll try to get her here.
I mean, do we carry this over, right?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, you
I
did.
don't think we need.
You carried it over for this.
Got the same issues.
Okay, we can review it then.
Yeah,
I mean, the application has some major problems because of the previous license at the location? You're aware of the history there?
Not really.
So you have no idea why we carried this over?
Well,
Were you here last time?
yes, but I had to leave because my son had an
Oh,
accident
so
at
you
school.
weren't here when,
No, I wasn't.
the main issue was her ex-husband was the previous licensee and it was revoked for multiple sales to minors. And then at the time, she was, I think, working as a grocery clerk there.
Yes, you
And
were.
during that time, there were 6 sales to minors from just in a year and a half period from October 2012 to April 2012. And so you see the obvious issues?
Yeah, but she bought the store from someone else. She have no affiliation with her husband. They separated.
So the ex-husband got his license revoked, someone else started the store, and then you're saying she came in and bought that store?
Yes, sir.
And then during that time, she was a grocery clerk there that ended up selling, she was working there though, right?
Yes, sir.
And she sold 6 sales to minors under her watch as the grocery clerk. That's what we have.
Because of that history, it's going to be hard to trust her with a liquor license. She didn't tell you the history?
No, she didn't.
Well,
That's the history, and that's why we held it over, so I think she was here last time, and I think we made it, was she here by herself, or she was also here, your secretary
No,
was
she
here?
wasn't here. My secretary was here too.
Yeah, and so we made it clear to your secretary that she needed to be here with
Well, can I
whoever
set
was.
up another date so she can be here? Can I?
I don't know that it would
Well, I
matter.
don't know,
That-
how would it change anything at this point? You know, I mean, your secretary speaks English
Oh,
perfectly
definitely,
fine.
yes.
We made it very
Yeah.
clear that, you know, you both needed to be here to do this, to get an explanation of what was going on. But then if you don't even know, I just think,
Yeah, we can vote on this now. I don't think there's any need for further information.
okay. Do you have anything finally you want to say?
Yeah, basically, she was working at the store, and I don't think at the time when she was working, there was a violation issued to her. I don't think so. Because she was working for Bronx Wood Deli. She bought Bronx Wood Deli from,
Right, but she was working also previous to that 922 Deli Grocery, yes?
apparently so.
Yes, apparently so, from 2000 to 2013 as a stock cashier. And then that was till November 2013. And then she listed on her employment history December 1st, 2013, so no gap. Then she started working for the new owner. And then she was the cashier at both times. And then, as I mentioned, October 2012 to April 2012, the time that she was the cashier, there were 6 sales to minors at the time. That's a year and a half, 6 sales to minors. And so based on her character and fitness, it makes it difficult, impossible for me to approve. So I vote to deny.
I vote to deny as well on the same grounds.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
2219, Little Mo Wine.
Members, we had some very, very late opposition. Barry had emailed you and I had them printed out.
22, that's the, over the weekend.
Yes, it was a, no, 2219, that was a carryover.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mark Schwartz, applicant.
There was a 200-foot investigation that we should have.
Yeah, the letters. I didn't get one.
Let's see what they bring up.
Do we, is the opposition here? Why don't we hear from them first?
My notes was that there was a 200-foot investigation.
Yeah, was there a 200-foot investigation here?
Oh, yes, I thought I sent it to you.
Good morning, Commissioners O'Brien and Kim, Chairman Bradley, also Ms. Held. I wasn't here early enough to say good morning. I believe that one of the things that was put over now was that the SLA was going to send over an investigator regarding the premises.
Yes.
One moment.
So I guess we're dealing with the issue of the Evangelic First Baptist Church, because that has to be disposed of. And if this time I put on the dots, what it is, have the Evangelic Baptist Church, and then next over church is the St. Assisi. There's a church here that's not marked with the Louvre, it's about 260, we got to determine. It's out of the 200, and then the schools are put with a pink mark. So
Thank you. It's much more.
see different,
Yes.
what's liquor stores and what's.
Investigator Sender spoke to the owner of the daycare. He said none of the children, she does it for profit. They're not affiliated with the church whatsoever.
The only thing that I would, and I have a pamphlet I'd like to hand up if I may. And on that issue, because I believe there's an incidental issue. What copy have you?
There were 2 churches.
Yeah, the other one was taken care of.
Copy and a black and white copy.
The 2, so the United Church of God is
The daycare center, I would like to point out, the entrance to the daycare center is at 299 Midwood. It's a separate entrance and a separate access from the church. The church.
But it's the same building.
The same buildings, I understand. The church is the main floor, the whole main floor is the church. The church rents this premises, the whole main floor. And I would add that I would believe that it seems that with the rules, that it's incidental.
No, the building we've already determined is not exclusively used as a church.
It's not a
No,
200.
I said that, I said the church is not the landlord. I said the church rents, and I said the church rents the whole first floor. The upstairs is separate and apart from the church.
It's still a part of the building, though. It's the building that has
I
to be
understand that, but it
exclusively
seems to me that the building, that's a school also would be in addition, since it's a daycare, it's also.
No,
a school.
daycare is not considered a school as far as
Okay,
the 200-foot level.
Thank you so much. So the next issue that I wanted to talk about is saturation in the neighborhood. And less than a
That's the
square
issue we
mile
already talked
is
about
over-
last
and that's-
time.
Yeah, we already went through this whole
Okay, we
exercise, so.
I didn't really address that because I thought we were going on
We
the
did the whole
church.
thing.
Hmm?
We did the whole thing.
Thought we did.
We were just, this was called back for the 200-foot
Did you
rule.
all speak?
No, because I just introduced them and we didn't.
Okay.
I didn't really get into this because we were putting it over the church issues.
Got it.
So in this less than a square mile, and including the stores outside, there's over 12 stores. Of the 12 stores, there's 2 stores, Wine and Spirits, and JJ, which were opened just nearly a year ago. But Wine and Spirits doesn't have the documents, if the board would like to see it, because he had a tenant that he had to get out of the building. He couldn't even open a store yet, so he hasn't even had a chance to operate a center, and that's by no negligence or foot dragging of his own. That's because Wine and Spirits was unable, because of the tenant that refused to move until they finally went to court a few times, and it took a number of months, and he just recently entered into a stipulation with the in court for an eviction, and now he's
What's the name of that store?
The Wine and Spirits at 490.
You're saying he's got a liquor license but has not opened yet?
What happened, he had a liquor license, and then he couldn't open because he couldn't evict.
Are we aware of that?
Yeah.
I'll tell you in a moment.
I'm the licensee, sir.
Oh, okay.
You granted me the license in March
Right.
of this year, and we used landlord-tenant court to eventually obtain a stipulation with the merchant who didn't have a lease, but he agreed to vacate for August 1st. That's what happened.
But where's the license?
We haven't issued the license.
Oh, okay, we haven't issued it.
Correct.
Okay, that was my concern. Okay.
We're good.
Okay, I apologize. Are you okay? You okay?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
He has to meet certain conditions.
And then there was also another issue. Maybe there was a miscommunication, but Empire Liquor is what shows up on the map. That's why it's printed Empire Liquor, but it's really E&D Liquor Store, and they have a license.
Yeah, we
there was
have
communication that we didn't have, that they weren't licensed. I was a little confused. I
No.
didn't want to have them.
No, I think it wasn't the principal of record.
Oh,
Sold.
right. They sold the business and they didn't update it without our approval, so the new person, that has nothing to do with you
Okay,
guys.
fine. Anyway, fine. So then, and then of this, there's one store that's not showed here. There's 3 open stores. There's the Wine and Spirits at 492 Flatbush Avenue. There's EDOT at.
Wait, aren't you Wine and Spirits? Which one are you?
Wine and Spirits,
Okay.
yeah, but he's gonna be an open.
Open
that's one of
store,
the
right,
conditions.
right.
In fact, that was one of the conditions
Right.
that he had, was to open as an open store.
Got it.
That was the basic reason he got his license, because he
Right.
was going to be an
Right.
open store.
Right. Okay.
No conflict with that.
Show me where the sommelier is.
Some sommelier.
That's J&J's business.
I apologize. Okay, J&J.
Is that open?
Yes.
So what I understand is now, what I understand is that as of recently, as of now, he's not open.
Why?
And his sales have been down, but I don't know. We tried to contact him again because that issue came up and we didn't get.
Well, do you live in that neighborhood?
I do live in the
So is it closed or open?
What I understand now is right now the gate is closed. The gate is closed. The gate is closed. And I would like to point out, by the way, that in this area, that where the applicant is here at Ostrand Avenue, it's 4 blocks away from the subway and 4 blocks away in the other direction from the subway. I'm not exactly sure what he was saying, that there's a subway entrance at his location. There's no subway facilitating that area. In fact, from south downwards, from this Midland Street down, everything here is mostly single-family residential. It's a little bit different area. Upwards, north of that, it becomes, and east and west, it becomes there's a lot of buildings, a lot of population. But here it's not. I really don't understand what the public convenience is. It seems very saturated. I live in that neighborhood. I live in Crown Heights. I've lived in Crown Heights over 30 years. And there's a lot of shuttered stores in that area. Down when it's south of Midwood and south, there's a lot of shuttered stores on Ostrand Avenue. They don't have business. They need business, but they don't need another store, which I really don't feel. And I don't see how it's going to be for the convenience of the area.
Okay. Sir, what's your name? Wine and Spirits?
The DBO, the DBA.
No, what's your name?
My name is Randy Berger.
And are you the only open store on that map?
No, there's 3 open stores.
What are the other ones? And can you just point them out?
Yes. So the 3 open stores are J&R. There's J&R Symposium, and actually it's not. It's supposed to be right on Union Street. He's not on the map
Okay,
here.
and where's the other one?
J&R. There's Responsible Liquor.
Responsible to the kosher store.
Is a what?
Kosher store.
Okay.
Responsible Liquor is an open store, and not only is it an open store, we went through that. The wines are only kosher.
I got it.
Liquor
Okay, is there any more open
same.
stores?
Yes, there is, and then there's another store, is,
Responsible Liquor holds a liquor store license.
65 Fenimore, which is the BDOT 65 Fen.
Okay.
Is a completely open store right over here.
All right.
So in less than a square mile, and just in this small area, you have not less than 12 stores already.
Okay.
And you guys should know that when the Responsible Liquor was originally opened, that a store 5-6 blocks away was already considered close, and they were denied. When they were first making their first application on Kingston Avenue, they were denied an application because of 5 or 6 blocks away, a place which is because of the saturation in the neighborhood.
Okay.
That was in 2012.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it. Otherwise, I don't know what besides that, what the applicant, what offerings he's made, that he's going to do anything different.
Well, we'll
than
hear
what's
from
already
him. We
going
haven't
on.
heard from him. Mr. Berger, do you want to?
Yes, thank you. We visited the church yesterday. There's no question that the building is not exclusively used for the church. We had a conversation with the pastor, who, not surprisingly, doesn't want a liquor and wine store immediately across the street. He said, "What can I do?" We looked at the website for the SLA, and it
You wanted the applicant.
gave him.
Not the applicant.
No, he wanted to, he's a
Oh, I see.
protest,
Okay,
yeah.
got it. I was confused.
Go ahead.
Okay.
We gave him the SLA's website on the internet, which says the primary use of the building and predominant
Beyond the
character.
church issue, we've said it's not exclusively for.
May I just finish this one point?
Sure.
I said at the outset, I understand it's not exclusively used. It says on the SLA's website that the primary use of the building and predominant character of the building need to be for school or place of worship. And upon that information, the pastor of the church wrote out this affidavit saying, talking about all the services that are done. We decided, well, it'd be helpful for the SLA under those circumstances to see pictures, see that on Tuesday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So that's part of the submission that we gave you.
Yeah, we got it.
And
That was, the statute says it has to be exclusively.
So we have to
so I think
update
that
the
was an
website.
interpretation. Yeah, that has to.
Should update the website.
I guess,
Well, I'm sorry, there are other events that can happen at a church that would not remove the exclusivity, and that's what I think that's talking
Oh, I
about.
see.
So if you have AA meetings or
Right.
food
Right.
pantry,
Right.
that's what I think it's talking about.
it says on Commissioners, it says on the website that the test looks to whether the building is used primarily as a place of worship. The building will still be considered a school or place of worship as long as any use is incidental to, not inconsistent, that's, I understand, with or detracting from the predominant character of the building as a school or place of worship.
That applies typically when a church or synagogue has their own AA programs or lets some other organization come in and have a different event at their place, not when they're leasing it out to a for-profit company.
The 200-foot rule is not in play. Law, excuse me.
Okay, the last thing I guess I would like to say is I did just get the license in March, and we met with the architect, we demoed the space. I'm doing everything I can to open that store.
Oh, no, I understand that. I thought you already had the license. That was my concern. I've just been told you don't actually have it yet. It's been approved, but you don't have it in your hand.
Right,
Yeah.
I'm making that comment just to the effect that we haven't had an opportunity to have good sales or bad
Right,
sales or
right.
some.
We understand that. Thank you. The applicant now?
Hi again. I just want to make sure that if I confirm that the commission is in receipt of the package that I submitted on Friday. That was a package that included over a dozen letters from neighbors and community members and merchants in support of the business. There were also over 160 Facebook posts supporting the business as well. Thank you. I just want to say that my application is basically all about public convenience and advantage. I am a WSET certified wine and spirits enthusiast. I have worked in a liquor store over the past year and a half that I've been putting my application together. Prior to that, I had 15 years of retail work in the head office for Barnes & Noble. I've been living in the neighborhood since 2011. I lived in Crown Heights since 2003. I'm confident, as you can tell from the opinions of my neighbors, that the service which I plan to offer at my shop is not something that's on offer in our neighborhood presently. I also agree that when Randy's shop does open, it will be a wonderful thing for our neighborhood to have two places where you can walk around and have a nice selection of wine and spirits. But presently, and on Nostrand Avenue, which I mentioned the last time I was here, is separated by 2 residential blocks from the other shops that we're talking about, which are not in opposition to my shops. On Nostrand Avenue, this service does not exist, and I would be happy to provide it to the people living there. It is a neighborhood that is changing rapidly. There is a bunch of new commercial interests and a bunch of new development along Nostrand, Empire, Winthrop, New York Avenue. The applicant, J&J on New York Avenue, is in fact closed. He did not live in the neighborhood. He was a guy from New Jersey, did not really know very much about the neighborhood, and cited his shop down the block from a vacant lot and a couple of unsavory businesses. It was not all that much of a surprise that he didn't make a go of it, but he has been closed for some time.
Where's his license then?
He never surrendered it, so we should.
So they haven't been open continuously at all? I mean, they haven't opened at
No,
all?
he was open for a little while, but for...
When? Since when has he been closed?
I couldn't tell you for sure, but it's been a number of months that the gate's been down.
I mean, this was filed in June, and he didn't respond.
Counsel?
I'm sorry, he did not respond.
Just on this J&J, he's saying is non-bona fide, just so you're aware that we could.
We could send out enforcement.
Well,
That's
I
what,
mean,
that's the typical, when there's no
at this
response and a
point,
gross
you know, for
sales
me,
letter,
that's-
enforcement
that's-
goes out.
That's the
Yeah,
deal
but
breaker,
he's actually
basically. If
closed,
that's
they're saying.
closed and he's an open store, then I'm more likely to grant this. If he's open, then there's I mean, you're 1 block away, open or not. I don't know if it's
I can
necessary.
send Barry Sender out. I mean, I hate to
So-
hold it over.
I mean, everybody has commented that he's closed. I don't.
Right,
This was already referred to enforcement when the application was done, it
Okay.
says it here.
Yeah, but just to make sure, because I don't know if they use that to actually go out.
I also just want to point out that I submitted an inventory list, and I really sincerely think that there's not going to be any overlap between the opposing store up the block, Crossroads, and myself. Our business is fairly standard national brands. Lotto, what I plan to do is, smaller producers, more interesting liquors. There's not a place where one can put together a cocktail if you happen to live in this section of Flatbush. You can't easily get things like Campari. You can't easily get things like Creme de Violette. You have to get in a car if you have one, travel to another part of Brooklyn. And that's something that I would like to change for the neighborhood. I think people would really appreciate it.
Ready? I was just looking up the certification here. So, based on the representation and understanding that J&J is closed, and based on your qualifications and the size of the store, 475 square feet, and being an open store in that area where the nearest open store is a little bit away, I vote to approve this application.
I vote to approve as well, based on the closing of the J&J Wine, and the next 3 closest stores are all bulletproof, and I think that given the way that that neighborhood is changing, that an open store would be something that the neighborhood would want, and it is an advantage and a convenience to them, particularly given your background and what you sound like you're going to be selling to them. So I vote to approve the application as well.
Good luck.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
2205, State Line Enterprises.
2205.
I apologize. I'm here all day, didn't hear my own name.
Us too.
I know, no,
how it feels.
absolutely. I apologize. I'm here on behalf of an incident that occurred in the parking lot of.
Can you
my-
put your name?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Wendy Wolken, and I am co-owner of the State Line Enterprises Bull and Barrel Brewery.
Well, I think the main issue was that the bouncer did nothing to stop it when it just watched somebody get assaulted.
What actually occurred was my staff inside had encountered a interaction that was occurring between the two gentlemen. And they had asked the one gentleman who was the aggressor to kindly leave and go outside. And he did comply and did so. Within about, I think, a 10-minute span, the secondary parties, they then walked outside. So my internal staff was not aware that the first original people that were asked to leave did not leave the parking lot. So what happened is when they went outside, they then saw that they were still there, and there was verbal interaction, and they stayed there and they tried to stop it. And then as my staff turned around to go back in is when the gentleman who actually has a 28-page record of incidents with law enforcement, the gentleman from the Peekskill area who was the assaulter, he was the one who was the aggressor at that point after things have subsided. I have been a licensee for the last 18 years with 8 different licenses, and I'm proud to say in all of them I've never had incident. I do my very best to always make sure that I run all my facilities as professionally as I possibly can, adequately staffed, in a very clean, welcoming environment, especially to females, seeing as I am a female owner. So I do take a lot of pride in the fact that I try to make sure that my businesses are all professionally ran. Unfortunately, an incident like this, based upon the gentleman who had interacted,
Did somebody from your premises call the police? Who called the police?
yes, I actually had my manager. My manager did so because.
So your manager's the one who called the police?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, to make sure that nothing progressed even further at that point. And we did everything to abide to whatever the police were requesting. We were forthcoming, provided the tapes, had no interest in hiding anything by any means. We wanted.
Where were your other, you said 18 years as a licensee?
Yes,
What
sir.
were some, oh, you have it? She was just looking at.
My original one was Wenmar Incorporated back in 2000, DBA of Southside Inn, and then they go from there.
Yeah, in the Wenmar, there was a sale to minor back in 2002. That's it.
That's
There's
it
nothing.
for others? All right. Based on your relatively clean adverse history and the situation as you described it, I'll accept your offer of $2,000.
I appreciate that so much.
I'll accept it as well.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
2206, Lucky 7 Restaurant.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo.
His tan is fading. Needs another
It's
vacation.
an offer before you.
Offer of $3,500, I'll accept.
I'll accept as well.
Thank you.
2142, 13th Street Entertainment.
Say that again, Jackie, I'm sorry.
2142.
To appear but failed to do so.
It's
Good
a
afternoon.
default, Mr. Levy.
Yes, and I apologize in advance if my voice cuts out. I'm getting over, I think, the same cold that everyone else is. Joseph Levy here on behalf of 13th Street Entertainment. There was a default of a disciplinary. The history here is I've generally been representing these guys for the past 4 or 5 years. They were contemplating a sale earlier this past spring and summer. because of a sensitive situation with the community board, although there's really no adverse history recently, they thought they'd be in the best position to have the buyer use me as their attorney for this deal. So I no longer represented them at this time. They got other counsel. That deal has since fallen through, and they've decided to keep the place. Now I am back as counsel to these guys, and I saw this on the calendar for today, and I asked them if there was something I should know about, and they said that they were under the impression that another attorney had taken care of it. I saw the charges, one with the DBA issue. I know that we actually registered these DBAs with the state. Not sure why they never got registered with the authority, but I would ask for this to go back to council so I could make an offer. As for the failure to appear with the investigator, I traded a number of phone calls and emails with the investigator. Originally, we had a date I canceled, then we had another date the authority canceled, and we kind of went back and forth and couldn't nail down a date. From what I understand, it was just a sort of a warning, and I know this is authority policy, but we offered to have the GM come, the GM and myself, a letter from the principal indicating that he's aware that we can take this from him. I know it's no good. I don't want you to think that this was a situation where no one was communicating.
What about the certified letters to the licensee's principal? 12-9, 2-9, 15, 12-9, 14, 2-9, 15, 7-1, 15, requiring him to appear.
With respect to the actual appearances, like I said, you'll see that few in December were right around the holidays. He wasn't around, and then after that, like I said, we had an meeting appointment here.
Be around to get. I 3 times certified letter, ignoring it, and just because it was a attorney mix-up back and forth. I mean, I had basically cancel and bond here for.
Wow.
3 certified letters ignoring the.
Well, so it wasn't
authority.
ignoring. I can produce tons of communication with me and the investigator, about rescheduling a meeting, finding a meeting date that works.
So you mean these dates were set, and then you were trying to reschedule December 9th, February 19th, and 7th?
Correct. One of them was
3
Also about
particular
the notice
dates.
of pleading that they didn't respond to.
Well, the notice of pleading, we let people reappear on that, but I agree with Commissioner Kim. The failure to respond to a call-in is problematic.
Right. Well, and like I said, I responded to that. We tried to get something on the calendar. Like I said, I had to cancel once. The authority canceled once.
So I'm sorry I interrupted you, though. These were scheduled meetings, 12-9 or around there, and that's what the certified letters were related to?
The certified letters, I believe, were related to the appointment for the principal to come in to speak to the investigator about a potential, I believe it was a noise issue or something like that. There have been no disciplinaries. You could see the history here is pretty clean. Great relations with the community board, very good operators for a long time.
What is the DBA?
There's 3 of them. There's one that's called Beaumarchais, which is a restaurant. There's FC Gotham, which is kind of like a higher-end sports bar. And then there's VIP Room, which is more of a lounge club.
So what do you want to do here?
What I'd like to do, if I could, is throw it back to counsel's office. I could put in an offer. I can get the DBAs registered today, and I can make sure that my client's aware that he has to appear at like a non-negotiable date with the examiner here to take his warning.
I just don't buy it unless you're telling me that the 12-9-14, first you said it was during Christmas time, so he was away.
Correct.
And he wouldn't respond, but then you're telling me you had notice and you were trying to reschedule that date? So you're telling me you canceled 12-9-2014 with our investigator prior to 12-9-2014?
Yes.
That particular required meeting, right?
I can dump my emails and send you copies so you
No,
can
I don't
see
want to
that.
dump. I don't want to get your dump. I don't want to be going through your emails.
No,
all I want to do
Yes.
is ascertain whether the principal, through you or through somebody else, ignored these required meetings, interviews, call-ins with our investigators or not. Because if they did for 3 times, to me, that's, we spend enough time going after people, to say that when we require you to come in 3 times with certified letters and you ignore it, that's definitely a cause for cancel and bond for me.
I agree with you, and that's not the situation here. And you'll see from their history, these guys run a tight ship. There was always communication on my end. I think we missed an ultimate last date, and I think it was a voicemail that was sent from the investigator to me saying, hey, we'd like to meet by such and such a date. And that was around the time, more recently, when there was a transition between people, because I was going to represent a seller.
Let's hold this over, because I want to see exactly what the communication was regarding these 3 specific required dates to appear.
Sure.
And if you're saying that you canceled and there was an acknowledgement that was canceled, and we canceled and there was an acknowledgement, there was evidence that we canceled, and then it's, you know, in the July 1st date, if that was some misunderstanding, then I get it, but I want to see evidence of that.
Commissioner, if you send it back to council's office, that could all be done
Sure,
in the
I'll send it back to
CNC
council's
package
office
that
then.
Joe
Yeah,
would.
that's fine.
if he-
And
he
my
knows
emails
that
are
you wanna
sufficient
see
for that?
in the CNC.
Pardon me?
My emails would be sufficient to show you that?
Yeah. So send it back to council's office. You can work on the CNC, but also produce those communications as well.
No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
$21.32 and $21.33, Soul Lounge.
Good afternoon, Warren Pizetsky for the licensee. I've never been last before.
Always the first time.
I sent in a controversion, but just very, very briefly, you know, and going backwards just from what I heard. On charge 6, it was very clear at the hearing that this was very brief and that we called the police. There was no dispute as to that, which is what the licensee is supposed to do. So I don't think that charge should have been sustained. The cabaret permit, there was a brief period, and as you can see in the controversion, had he gone down there, they would have given him an operating letter because, you know, he's been licensed for cabaret there forever. And there was just a brief period of a week or two because he hadn't renewed on time. And they do have leeway there, I guess similar to if you file an application for renewal here and you guys get it on time, but it just isn't issued on time. So, you know, that charge is pretty technical. The first charge, it was clear from his testimony that he was closed when this happened out on the street. And for some reason, you know, that just didn't.
First charge was
disorderly premises?
Was disorderly, and I don't know what went on.
That's the second charge, I mean.
Well, it's charge 2, yeah. The first charge was dismissed.
Mr. Pizetsky, in August of 2004, there's a shooting, and then in November of, I'm sorry, not 2004, 2014. Then in November of 2014, there's a stabbing, and you say that there's no suffering and permitting. How does somebody get into this location with a knife to stab somebody when they're already on notice that they've had shootings there?
The shooting was a block away. It had nothing to do with his premises.
You have a charge that's sustained for the shooting.
I mean, I'm not going to argue the factual stuff
no,
right
it's
now. I
just
mean,
that-
you obviously have an outlet to do that in, but this guy's heading for big trouble.
Well, like I said, you know,
I mean, we'll do what we do here, but if he comes back again and there's something like this, that'll be the end.
All right, so on the charges, in the first proceeding, charges 2, 3, 5, and 6 are sustained. Charges 1 and 4 in the first proceeding are dismissed, and charges 1 and 2 in the second proceeding are dismissed. And I would impose a fine of $9,000.
I'll agree with that.
Thank you. Nobody behind?
Nobody behind you.
Done.
Don't forget, I need copies of that.
Is that
Okay.
it?
Thank you.
There's more. This, yeah, no, that's it, right?
Okay.
That's it for public hearing.
For human beings.
Finish with the remaining. All right. 2104.
2104 offer, no, there's no offer, 6,000.
Agree.
2105.
I have a counter at 6,000.
I'll agree with that.
2106.
I'm sorry, before we do that, because the offer of 5,000 comes from counsel's office, and that is the standard offer on these cases, that's why they go out, if you see the CNC form with it, the 5,000 there, that's being put in there, and we're gonna have a lot of counter offers and a lot more work being done on these cases. If the members want to change it to 6,000, the attorneys and counsel's office will start sending it out saying 6,000.
Okay.
But they've been under direction for quite some times that the second penalty is 5,000, in some certain cases 5,500, but that's the direction that's been given. If the
Right.
members want to change it, it's fine, and they'll do that. But if we're going to have a whole bunch of counteroffers for the
Right.
$1,000, we're creating a lot of work.
Okay, so I'll accept this 5,000, but going
I'll
forward,
accept
I'd
as
like
well.
to make it 6,000.
Yeah, I think we should double it
Yeah, it shouldn't
from
be
the
a
first
discount
sale.
for the second penalty. That's my view on
I
it.
will inform all three zones.
The second offense for 19-year-old, you're looking at 6,000? What if they're 18 and under?
6,500, 18 and under.
Okay. 2106.
Offer of 3,500. Why did I have a counter here? Because this wasn't the first time.
This would normally be handled through the non-calendar process. However, it appeared the representative asked to go to the board, and we did notify that it was on a calendar. So it was presumed there was going to be an appearance, but it would normally go through the non-calendar
All right.
process at 3,500.
Well, I'll accept.
I accept.
2107,
Offer of 750, accept.
Accept.
2108.
This could, I'm sorry, this was a situation where they did not sell to the minor, and at times they do offer a letter of warning. That's why we were there for the,
No, we're on 2107 is a trade name, right?
right, we were there for the sale to minor operation, and no sale was made.
So they did what they were supposed to do.
Right, and then when you notice the unauthorized trade name in the process, we often give them a letter of
Oh,
warning.
all right, letter,
And
then,
with their adverse history being very clean, I'll
Okay.
do that,
And
letter of
they
warning.
fixed the trade name
Yeah,
issue.
I'll do that.
all right, letter of warning.
2108,
Offer of 3,000, accept.
Accept,
2109,
Offer of 750, accept.
accept,
2110,
Offer of 1,000, accept.
accept,
2111,
Charge one is dismissed.
dismiss,
2112,
I had 10,000.
I believe this was a nuisance abatement.
But they were arrested on each.
That's what I'm
Yeah,
wondering.
the
I had
first one was
cancel
a
and
summons
bond.
to the patron. On the sale to minor at May 7th, they were arrested. And then the last one, they got it together. So that's why I kind of
That's fine by
gave them
me.
the benefit of doubt. But
So what did you have?
I had 10,000, but
Okay.
this is the last time, obviously. One more time.
10,000.
warning regarding minors.
Yes, can you do that too?
Yeah, I can
Oh,
do
yeah,
that.
please.
You can put all sorts of stuff in there.
Want to help them stay in business.
2113,
1,500.
1,500.
2114,
Wait, I have two, 2114
14 and
first.
2115 are the same
Oh,
premise.
okay, yeah, so we have, do this one first.
Is
So
this place even open? Do we know? The pleading was returned as undeliverable.
They both were issued on the same date.
I have 4,000 for 2114 and 6,000 for 2115.
Their license is active. I don't know if they're open.
Okay, I'll agree with that. 4,000 for 2114, 6,000 for 2115.
Get it. 2117,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2118,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
2119,
That's 6,000.
6,000.
2120,
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2121,
I guess the offer 5,000, accept.
Well, I have a question. Why is this so high?
I think if memory serves as a pending proceeding.
Is there a pending? Is that it, Jack?
I'll pull it up. I wrote this is too high on
Yeah,
my
I
sheet.
actually wrote why wouldn't we do 3,000?
It should have been 2,500, right?
There is a prior.
There was a prior?
Uh,
But it's
Not in
on-
the
but
past
it's
10 years, though,
pending
right?
still.
Oh, pending? So
General-
this was the second one.
This would be the second, but the first one wasn't adjudicated.
Okay.
All right,
So I'll
5,000.
accept the 5,000.
And then the next one, we do 2,500?
It won't be that. 2122,
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
2123.
So that's, let's see, 7,500. And no response also.
You said 7,500?
Yeah.
Okay, 7,500.
2124 and 2125.
It's okay. Offer 5,000. I'll accept because of the adverse history, good adverse history. None over the past 11 years. Otherwise, it'd be higher.
I'll accept.
2126.
Sir, 13 beer buys from Rite Aid. I had a counter of 6,000. The unauthorized purchases were extensive.
Counter of 6,000.
2127.
I was torn between this. So either 7,500 or canceling because they didn't tell.
I have cancel.
How about
Because of
revoking?
coke.
How about
Yeah, I have, there's
Revoking.
cocaine taken from the premises with scale and pills.
Okay, cancel and bond.
2128.
3,000.
3,000.
2129.
Counter 4,500.
Counter 4,500.
2134.
Offer of 3,500 accept.
Accept.
2135.
Offer of 3,500 accept.
Accept.
2136.
4,000. I want to make sure they have food now too.
Right, and they
Yeah.
defaulted.
But there's no food prep area either. What'd you have, 4,500?
I had 4,000, but
All right,
higher.
4,000. And how do we make sure they have food?
We'll throw a warning in there. They have to maintain food at all times.
And
for
a food prep
disciplinary,
area and,
blah,
okay.
blah, blah, yeah. 2137.
At 7,500.
I'm concerned, this is a default, and these are people who would not let the police in.
Yeah,
but you
that
asked them to
concerned me
appear.
too.
Yeah, I put disturbing.
How does that even occur?
Bring them in. What do we do?
Can adjourn it for them to appear.
They defaulted though. Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Or you impose the penalty if they don't pay it, right? Or no, you just, I guess it's cancel and bond.
They'll come in on the cancel and
They'll be
bond.
Yep, cancel and bond.
2138.
3,000.
3,000.
2139 and 40.
License surrendered. CMB accept.
Accept.
2141.
2,000. Just want to do less because of the history.
All charges are, so sustain 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Wait, 2141?
Yeah.
2141, yeah.
Yep.
It's a defaulted hearing.
It's a defaulted hearing. I have 5,000.
Okay, 5,000.
2143.
10,000. Third sale to minor.
Sustain number 1, 10,000.
Discharge sustained.
2144 and 45.
I cancel and bond. Charge in the first proceedings are sustained. Charges in the second is not sustained. That people drinking in the basement, says the owner, but is not the owner. A lot of stuff going on.
What'd you say? What is it?
It's a cancel.
Oh,
bond.
all right, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond. Second charge, the charges in second proceeding are dismissed.
Yes,
Thank you. 2146.
2,000.
2,000.
Charges
2140.
sustained.
2148.
Less than 3 years. 3,500. It's like the third time.
Yeah, no, I got 10,000.
10,000.
He's just not getting it.
Not putting the signs up.
Yeah, he just doesn't get it.
Seems kind of steep.
Just so
Well,
you know,
there's a statutory limitation for the failure to have a sign. It's $100.
Oh, really?
Even
What's the pre-mixing?
The pre-mixing, you have
Open.
10,000.
What was yours?
was it?
Well, I had 3,500 only because.
All right, 5,000, I'll go.
Okay, 5,000.
I just don't, I mean, I see the same things, and it's just not getting it.
So statutorily, each time is 100, even though,
Most charges against a retail license, in fact, every charge except for the signs is $10,000 or suspension or cancellation of revocation.
except the failure to put signs up is
Those
100.
two signs, they're $100 each.
Right, even if they've done it 20 times.
Yes.
Got it.
20 times 100.
You could sort of throw on an improper
2151,
conduct.
we have a request.
an over?
Yes, it's over till 10/7. However, the 10/7 date is tentative now,
right.
and we'll put something on our website tomorrow.
So
We come up with a new date. 2154.
Nuisance abatement, so offer of 7,500, accept.
2155.
Offer 1,500, accept. There's rats and mice and roaches, but now they got
So
over
it's cured,
80.
right? Okay, I'll accept.
2158, reconsideration.
2157?
58.
Oh,
Yeah,
58.
57 you did.
Oh, yeah, there's the food trucks. Yeah, I can,
Yeah, they get the truck.
2158. Yes.
Okay, so I again disagree. First of all, the application's stringent demands, it's an application for a regulated product, and we had a major backlog based on people not providing us with deficiencies when they were supposed to.
So,
We didn't get the 30-day notice that they notified the municipality.
Which is the most.
if we didn't,
That's not a stringent demand, that is the statute.
if we deny, then they have to reapply?
Yep.
Okay,
But there's no prejudice.
No.
okay, deny.
Deny.
Got it. 2159.
Offer 500, accept.
Accept.
2162.
Offer of CMB, accept.
Accept.
Well, that was
Oh,
the
sorry,
odd
it's not
thing.
CMB, it's cancellation in 1,000 civil penalty.
Yeah, they don't pay,
sorry.
it'll be canceled on.
Okay,
No biggie.
accept.
Why would they do that?
They just wrote on it $1,000.
Oh, they just didn't know what they were writing?
They wrote
Oh,
1,000,
this
they
is the
didn't-
one where we tried to get back in touch with them, and
It doesn't really matter.
No,
I
I
mean,
think that
Okay.
was an actual different one. This one, they just wrote 1,000. They might have left off the word bond.
so if we
it doesn't.
don't get it, we'll get the bond anyway?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. 2163.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record.
No bond?
Is there no bonding?
Of course there's
There's
bond.
bond.
Oh, cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
2164.
Offer of 8,000, I thought it was kind of low. But I'll accept it if you're okay with it.
Yep, I'll accept.
2165.
Cancel for the record.
Cancel for the record. No bond available.
See also 2166.
Another default.
That's also.
Cancel for the record, 2166.
2167.
Offer cancellation for the record. No
This
bond.
is, and bond, it's on the CNC sheet.
Yeah, see,
Cancel and bond.
It's in bond for the record. $2168.
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
$2169.
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
$2170.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
$2171.
I had a counter here for 5,500.
I had a counter of 4,500, so counter 5,000.
5,000.
$2172.
Non-bonafide, offer letter of warning, okay.
Okay for the letter of warning.
Have
$2173.
they submitted their change to the seasonal yet? I didn't see that, they asked for this letter of warning and say that they're going to change their license to a seasonal. They didn't see an indication if
But
they.
they don't know if they're going to open again.
That would be in the spring though, wouldn't it?
Yeah, well, they can't file until,
And the business and building are listed for sale, so I think they're questioning what they're doing.
Right. 2173.
Offer 4,000, accept.
Accept.
2174.
Offer of 1,000, accept.
Accept.
This is where the attorney was saying the bond claim.
An offer of 1,000. If they don't pay, it'll be a bond.
All right. Accept the offer.
2175.
Cancel and bond.
Yep, cancel and bond.
2176.
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
2177.
Cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
2178.
1,000.
1,000.
2179.
500.
500.
2180.
5,000, accept.
Accept.
2181.
Offer of 3,500, accept.
Accept.
2182.
Charges 4, 6, and 8 are sustained. Charges 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, and 9 are dismissed. I have 2,500.
Accept. 2,500, I'm sorry.
2183.
Dismiss.
Dismissed.
2184 through 93.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Jackie, did you read this one? Oh, that's not us, it's the police, right?
The surveillance video one? Yeah, that's the police.
It sounds like the
Yeah.
undercover actually grabbed a beer, put it in a plastic bag,
Put $2 and ran out.
put $2 and ran out the door.
It's terrible, yeah.
I thought it was us. I'm reading it first, and
But
I
it's
thought it was
not
us.
ours.
It wasn't us.
It's not us.
Dismiss.
Hang on. What are you saying, dismiss?
The
2183.
2183, dismiss the charge.
And 2184 to
We
2193.
already did that one. Okay, 2184 to
Cancel and
2193.
bond. Offer
Yeah.
of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
Got it.
And can we put a name stop on the location and the name?
Yep.
This took me forever to understand and read, and I just got very upset.
Okay.
Same here.
2194.
Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
2195.
Offer of letter of warning, accept.
Accept.
2196.
Offer of 1,500, accept.
Accept.
2197. Reconsideration.
Council says 100. Yeah, why was it so high? Why wasn't it just 3,500? They
The prior violation.
have such a long history.
Well, I just feel, why did they offer it?
No, that's a good
Why
point.
did they say,
Offered
I will
55.
settle this for this?
Because
and
then they watched TV and they saw what everybody else was getting.
Accept. Deny. Deny the.
Well, I was gonna go down $1,000.
I'm good with going down then.
4,500.
So I guess we are granting the reconsideration and then imposing a 4,500? Is that how it works?
Given the history of the location, which is almost 40 years. No, I'm sorry, 40, almost 40 years, right?
Yeah, he's got long
No.
history.
85,
As someone under
30
40 born
years.
in the 70s.
30 years, I'm
30
sorry.
Okay.
30 years, I
Another
will
10
drop
years.
the fine to 4,500.
All right, accept.
35 or 45?
45.
Okay. I was like, wow. 2201.
Offer of 4,500, accept. But I also had to bring in because there's been like a dozen times where the police would go there and then as soon as they leave, they turn it up again.
You can bring them if you want.
Or do something. How do we send a more powerful message?
You can adjourn it for them to appear. If you would like to speak to them directly, you can
I just feel terrible for the police. They keep having to go back there and
reject and send it back to counsel's office for,
can we bring them in, please?
All right.
Just want to send a clear message.
Bring them in.
Refer to the first meeting in October
Okay.
to appear. Attorney and licensee?
Sure. If they have an attorney.
Yeah,
At
they
least-
do.
Okay.
2202.
Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
2203.
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
2204.
See agenda 2216.
A roadmap here, 2216.
Yeah, so 2216 happened first. So I had 2216, well, I guess I'll start with 2215 then. 2204, offer 1,500, I'll accept that.
Okay.
And then 2216, I'll sustain charges 4, 5, and 6, dismiss 1, 2, and 3, and impose 6,000.
I agree, I accept 1,500 and 6,000 on the 2216.
Got it. 2207.
Offer of 2,000, accept.
Accept.
2208.
Unlimited drinks is, what is it, 1,500, 1,000, or 1,500? Unlimited drinks? 1,500?
1,500.
2209.
Charges sustained, 3,000.
3,000.
2210.
Charge 1 is sustained, charge 2 is dismissed, although I don't know why it was.
I don't know why this was
When it was the
dismissed.
bartender
Yeah, I
themselves, you
disagree.
could send it for an alternative
Alternate
finding. or-
Yes,
Yes,
please.
please.
Charge number 2. Got it.
So do we just wait to fine on charge 1 then?
Yeah.
Yeah, just wait.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't need to keep it. You'll get a whole new
Up it.
pack when it shows up. 2211,
1,500.
1,500.
2212 and 13,
Offer of 8,500, accept.
Accept.
2214,
I had a counter of cancel and bond here, they're failing.
This place.
This is another one that I
They're a
read
small
for quite
play-
some time.
Yes.
what?
They're a small playhouse up in Nyack. It also stemmed into the issue of the wholesalers were taking checks from the wrong company for it. The reason that it was the offer rather than a cancellation was that it was seen that they were going to fix the problem, and they have, the transfer application has been filed. They were cooperative, and
What do you mean a playhouse? What is that?
it's the place, go on. It's a theater.
Oh, it's a theater.
Yeah.
Okay.
My
Yeah,
problem is
that it
that,
wasn't.
I mean, there's a woman involved who's in China, who's the licensee, right? And they
Yes,
don't know
she
when she's
was.
coming back. And then her nephew is the nephew of the licensee, and he was in charge, but he's no longer in the area. Nobody's been on the payroll, neither one of them, because they haven't been making
Yeah,
money.
I don't think that there is much of a payroll. The other option is if you cancel it, I mean, the new application still goes through.
So what do they do?
It would just be, the theater would be unlicensed for a period
They
of time.
removed, in the new application, they removed the people who are not around anymore? Who are not-
Yes.
Yeah?
I haven't seen the application, but that's my understanding.
My wife is an
Brick
absentee
house.
owner. She has no knowledge of anything that was going on with the business anyway.
Which would indicate to me the level of ignorance that's just unbelievable.
Well, yes, the level of ignorance was high.
Yeah.
The
But the,
principals for the new application, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Itzhak Hershiko and Dawn Hershiko.
yes, the level of ignorance was high. The level of cooperation, though, was also high. And I mean, in terms of the level of candor of, yeah, this is what I did. And they filed a new application to fix it. Ordinarily, the standard for availing is a cancel and bond, so.
I'm all right with this as long as they transfer and get it in order.
All right.
Right, so we can,
Since it is a theater, if it wasn't a theater, I wouldn't be,
Right,
but.
it's a
I'll
nonprofit
have them.
type theater.
Assuming they've been educated now.
6,000 then.
Except,
2215,
I thought the penalty was low. The licensee
so
beat
too.
beat the people up and it was like a gang mentality in the bar
Yeah.
and then pushed
Yes.
them out. I mean,
I have a counter on here.
what was your counter?
2,500, but I'll go higher than that.
That was low too. 3,500.
wow,
It's a disciplinarian over here. 3,500 counter.
500,
That's
Well, the guy
22,
slapped him and then he got beat himself.
You got beat?
2217.
Yeah, but he initiated
Oh,
it.
and
This
the other
is
guy.
He might have had an adjournment on
What
this.
is this?
This
This
item
is,
adjourned until 10:07.
Yeah,
10,700.
10-7,
makes sense, right?
or
Whatever.
October.
So,
All right, I have no other items.
That's it?
That's it.
What about,
where's that? We did that. That was the first
You'll get them on the next meeting.
Oh, C and Z, okay. All right.
And Z, you did them. All right, we're done.